the RFP has been prepared, and it is required to capture the 5 photographs of the major crops at the growth stages, and it is envisaged to 1,000 locations in 50 districts with the pilot studies, and at least 5 agencies will work in Kharif and Rabi 2025 and 26. So these are the possible improvement which can be looked into. So adherence of the seasonal discipline, that manual which is there. So we need to submit the report, final report in time. And there should be the clarity in the data and the processes. And YESTECH portal customizations for seamless integration of the data is also important. And coordinations among the stakeholders is highly important to bring out the essence of the YESTECH in the crop insurance implementations. Winds also in the similar line, we also thinking and to create more competitive environment, because the number of agencies which are present in this domain are less, and quality of the data is highly important. Is citing and the sensor requirements should be specified and should be established. So these are the way forward which we can focus. So revisit the data and processes. The standardizations of the data and processes is highly important. Coverage, we need to enhance the number of crops, number of states and districts. Strengthening the IT infrastructures is also important, which need to be, investment is required for this IT infrastructures expansion. Improving the accuracies and hyperlocal data is most important in this regard. Transparency and awareness with the implementations of the technological know-how in crop insurance will provide a greater transparencies in this regard. Encouraging the collaborations of the stakeholders, and crop pick would be maybe the game changer, as it will collect the data from the field and analyze this photo to provide the actual scenario for the crop losses. And investing research and development, it is a continuous process we should carry on. So thank you very much. This is a brief overview of this technology implementation program. So we would directly go to our esteemed panelists for their views. So I will start with Sri Ajay Gupta, IAS Director, Government of Madhya Pradesh. So Madhya Pradesh has made a significant progress in agriculture insurance and agriculture development in few decades. So my question would be to Sri Gupta ji, is how effectively the YESTECH address the challenges of crop insurance, specifically in comparison with the conventional methods, and minimizing the loss and facilitating the faster claims. So first I will come with first questions to all the panelists. If time permits, we will continue with the next questions. So Gupta ji, if you kindly elaborate.
Thank you, Mr. Bandyopadhyay, and very good morning to all the panelists as well as the participants here. Now I'll dwell upon the challenges that conventional CC it poses. For example, if I take the state of Madhya Pradesh, then roughly we have 25,000 IUs, and at every insurance unit you have to do 4 CCs multiplied by the number of crops. So the number of crop cutting experiments that you ideally need to be done is something around 10 lakhs, a million CCs. So the scale is huge. It's quite resource intensive, as well as, when you do a crop cutting experiment, you have to align many stakeholders. The revenue department has to fall in, then the farmer is a major stakeholder, then the farmer department also. So there are challenges associated with it. Now, how do you overcome these challenges? Because there are inherent drawbacks to CCs. What we did is not exactly implementation of YESTECH, but we did an Agri-GIS project in Madhya Pradesh, wherein 3 technology partners were integrated. We had a Madhya Pradesh Council of Science and Technology, we have an Electronics Development Corporation, and as a technology partner, we took National Remote Sensing Center. These 3 technology partners, their roles were clearly defined. There was a structure made. And the net result is, I'll just point out to 1 or 2 data that over 2-3 years, what we felt is that there's almost a 20 to 30% reduction in variability of actual estimates and the yield estimates. Now, how we go about it, the challenges that are that we focus is mainly when we adopt any technological model, we have to see how it is calibrated. Now, if we are going towards a machine learning or an AI model, it has to be validated through ground truthing and through smart CCs. So Madhya Pradesh was able to clearly define SOPs. And yes, there were challenges involved, but the way forward is always, to retrain the staff, retrain your field level functionaries, clearly define what role the tech partners will have, and a monitoring committee. Once you employ technology, it cannot be solely left to the technological parameters or to the partnering agencies. The department has to have an active role. So the best part that we apart from quick claim settlements, there has to be certain indicators whether whatever technology you are adopting is actually as per the political mandate or it's actually fulfilling the farmer's need. Now, in Madhya Pradesh, we have a very robust system of grievance mechanism. There's a CM helpline in which different departments are tuned in. Citizens can, whatever services they are trying to get from the government, they can just log on to a portal and they can actually raise their tickets or grievances. So our experiences in Madhya Pradesh was 2 years back, there were 25,000, roughly 25,000 related grievances or complaints related to the claims. Once this technology model was adopted, it has come down significantly to less than 1,000. So technology has helped, it's tech-based, it's, and the scientific evidence helps in, actually settling the claims. So that's how Madhya Pradesh has gone about it.
Okay, thank you very much, Gupta ji. And Madhya Pradesh has implemented this technological interface with the agriculture YESTECH program, and it has yielding a good results in your state. So now I will come to Dr. Chaudhary, Group Director, NRSC. He was briefly Director, MNCFC also. And he represents ISRO in very number of national committees. So, Chaudhary Sahab, kindly tell us, what are the critical factors for the seamless integration of existing state-level agricultural data with crop estimation models? Because you are working with the states, I think 5 states, you are the MITR, and how you envisage for integration, and what are the issues you are facing, and what more required to be done in this regard?
Hello? Hello, yeah. Good morning to all of you. It's, thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay ji. It's well that, PMFBY has come to a good shape now, has been going on very well. NRSC has been partnered with Madhya Pradesh State Mint, Gupta ji was already mentioning, and also partnered with Maharashtra State Government, and have been mentoring in the states of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Orissa states also. Each state is taking up the different technologies. So, for example, if you're taking Madhya Pradesh, they are using the machine learning based approach, whereas Maharashtra government adopted simulation model approach, whereas even Tamil Nadu government is also been doing with simulation model. while it is Orissa, they are using CHF-based approach. Karnataka is also semi-physical based. So different states have been adopted different techniques and So it is maybe it's not that one state is this particular methodology is correct kind of thing. It is maybe ease of operation, operationally the operational capabilities of the TIP is also being placed an important role for selection of the technology. The most important thing when you talk in terms of the data requirements, when you're using the simulation model or whatever it be machine learning model, mostly we use many of the data sets like CC data is one of the foremost, and the crop specific data, weather data, soil data, and the crop management practices data. So many of this data is being collected, and many of these data sets are being collected from diverse sources. So operationally, we'll have to ensure the quality of this data. Most of the data is dynamic. When you accept the soil data is a static data. So what is the authenticity of the data is also to be ensured, and there should be some mechanism to ensure so and so CC data is particularly correct, weather data is correct, the soil data is correct. So currently there is not so much mechanism is there to ensure the quality of this data. And one more thing is see, suppose if you say CC data, so mostly people say because the complete machine learning based approach depends on your quality of the CCE data. So that curation is required. There should be an SOP how this CCE data to be curated with reference to your weather data or a long-term, your statistical spectral indices data. So that is how we should do. Suppose soil data is there. Soil data is what kind of parameters? What is this? So how to overcome this is another issue is this, whatever the gamut of so much of wealth of information is available with ICR institutions and state agriculture universities and state departments. So you'll have to collect all this information that needs to be made available at kind of unified platform that already MNCFC right now, just now you mentioned, that unified platform is going to be there and this data is going to be accessed at that. So that before that, the quality to be ensured and make it available to all the stakeholders so that it can be of more thing. The second thing is the data availability. So although we've been doing the simulation at the pixel level because the satellite data is being there since 30 meter, 10 meter, we're able to do. But issue is not the 10 meter, 20 meter. It is the issue is at what granularity you're doing the simulation. At what granularity you're able to supply the data to the model. So if you're able to do it at the village level, you need to provide the data at the village scale. So that is how it's not exactly not dependent on the resolution of the satellite data. Apart from this resolution of the satellite data, other collateral data sets to be also be made available at the same scale. Then only the required assessment and accuracies can be achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. You have brought out the data requirements, and the quality of data is most important in this regard. So I will go to next Sri Dilli Rao, IAS Director Agriculture, Andhra Pradesh. Dilli Raoji, Andhra Pradesh is a tech-savvy state, and YESTECH technology has been adopted, but only 2 districts YESTECH is on. So what is your plan in this regard to enhance the technology integrations for crop insurance in your state?
Namaskaram, sir. That's in the year 23 and 24, 2 districts. One is, both are coastal districts. But in 24, 25, one homogeneous district in coastal area and one nano-homogeneous, that's in the Rayalaseema region we selected. We thought of scaling up because almost 26 districts paddy is there. But right now there are some 2-3 issues. That's the reason not scaled up. But from 25, 26 onwards, we thought of scaling up to 5 districts. 3 main reasons. So one is lack of budget. Means now it's anyway GOI fate model is there. So with that we can address. That's the one first thing, because 90% of the budget is from GOI. Second is actually lack of experienced remote sensing analysts. That's another important thing, because existing our TIP is AP SAC. there we have only one experienced analyst and two supporting analysts are there. So that's most important one. So the moment then we requested SAC, they are ready once we release budget. So they will, I think get from the NRSC or other support, some experienced one is required. Because PER, FAPR, LSW, all other parameters can any remote sensing analyst can do. But crop mapping and planting data is very, very experienced analyst is required. For that we need two more. So then only we can scale up to other districts. And third most one is another thing. So far we have not explored other tip. That's why after my joining, then we thought of involving ICRSAT as also tip. So they recently SLTC was conducted, and now negotiations is going on. So the moment another tip ICRSAT, certainly we can scale up to other districts. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your perspectives, and I will come back for the winds also. That also is important, that wind infrastructures and the central network which has been established, states cooperations also required in this regards. So now I will go to Dr. Bimal Bhattacharya. He is Group Director in SAC Ahmedabad ISRO, and he is also science leader of Everest NG and co-chair of Indofense CNES Spaceborne Thermal Trishna missions, and working in this field of land surface processes and crop modeling. So Dr. Bhattacharya, do you feel that data and process standardizations requires in the YESTECH program? If it is required, what are the way forward in standardizing this data for using into the models and implementing the YESTECH? In the states, I think 3 states you are working, and more number of states are being added as a Mitra agency. So your viewpoint, please.
Thank you. Thank you for this important question. Actually, we need to relook at the data standardization and the process standardization for YESTECH. Actually, many of the models are dependent on the optical remote sensing data, and whatever data we are using currently may not be sufficient in terms of temporal resolution and the spatial resolution. So we need to blend optical remote sensing data with the synthetic aperture radar data. Though those radar data are available, but we need to harmonize or harness the new kind of data, like that in near future, in the month of June, we will have the NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar, which will provide around 10 to 12 meter spatial resolution at 12 days interval. So how to do the seamless retrieval of the essential agricultural variables? So we need to identify from all the modeling needs what are the essential agriculture variables to be derived, both using optical and the SAR data, so that we can have the all sky or the seamless availability of the variables, not only the raw data. So that is number one. Number two is that already I think some aspects were discussed on the CCE data standardization. Not only the satellite data, also the CCE data standardization, curation and the benchmarking. We have as recent some experience with the Assam state government, where these sort of disparities occur, but ultimately it is resolved after long discussion, several discussions. So we need to actually relook at this CCE data standardization. Now another aspect is the process. Process standardization is that whether for when we are expanding YESTECH from cereal to non-cereal crops, so whether all these sort of models or whatever we have identified, whether it can be directly adaptable or whether there is a need to have new models or location specific models. And there also I am very much sure that there will be a lot of scope. Like now, hill agriculture. Suppose Himachal Pradesh state government has shown the interest to be part of the YESTECH. So how to adapt these models for this hill agriculture? So that is a very important question which needs to be addressed and looked into. And another important thing is that there are 3 stages of the review of the reports by the MITR. So most important stage is the end of season report, where normally MITR and TIP exchange the reports and then discuss online. I think there is a need to sit both of them together at a common point, maybe at MNCFC, at least once in a season, to look into all the data and the outputs, and there itself the report should be finalized and communicated. And third aspect on this, and this is the last one, that many state agriculture departments, like we are associated with MITR for 3 states, so there we have received very good feedbacks from Andhra Pradesh, though it is for 2 districts, but due to the damage of the Maichuk cyclone and how we have arrived at the solutions giving and how it was benefited. So there was good communication from Andhra Pradesh. But similarly from other state agriculture departments, they should give the communication at the end of the season, how it is benefiting, how the technology is benefiting, or whether it is really benefiting or not. So that feedback mechanism should be officially communicated. So these are some of the perceptions.
So thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. You have highlighted important points, and Rao Saab has already pointed out that specialized manpower problems in the states. That's why other districts it is not being expanded, but they have planned. So I think SAC can also help in this regard to the states. With their expertise and giving the capacity building for the AP RSAC for carrying out this type of YESTECH activity in the states and covering most of the state. So thank you. Now I will go to Dr. Sehgal. Dr. Sehgal is principal scientist IARI. He was professor also in agriculture physics divisions. And IARI is a leading academic institutions carrying out all the activities in the research. And lot of research output comes in from IARI, including the new varieties. Now, Dr. Sehgal, we understand that crop model uses the mathematical and computational tools to simulate and understand complex interactions within the crop growth systems, including factors like environment, management practices, plant biology, etc. Now, crop simulation model requires use of various inputs data. So, do you think that these data sets are available in our country in sufficiently with the academia and also in the government agency? Because the research is going on, experiment is going on in all the sectors. So these are the important and valuable data sets which need to be integrated as far as crop modeling is concerned, which need to be trained, and the calibration factor need to be determined as far as crop models are concerned. So what is your viewpoint in these regards?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, and very good morning to the August gathering here. I would say that in terms of parameters for simulation model, we have sufficiently, or rather a good level of maturity in this country. Why I would say that, like though India being a developing country, we have been a spacefaring nation. We are known as a developed nation in terms of space technology. Similarly, India within ICR system, if we see across the world, there are majorly 6 schools which have developed simulation models. Simulation models are basically where all your physiology, soil science processes you put into the model and create a digital twin of the crop. Exactly a crop plant growing in a computer, given the inputs of environment, given the management, and given the varietal coefficient. The good thing is they are very sensitive to any extremities which are going to happen in terms of management or it is in terms of weather. And they need not to be trained like our AI ML models. So because they are good, they have a very high data requirement, and what you have rightly said, do we have sufficiently done? I feel we have sufficient data. Only thing is those data are not readily discoverable. Because what is happening, input data a lot is now going to be addressed, like input data, one is needed on soil and one is needed on weather. So Krishi DSS based one nation, one soil system would be very helpful. The second one is, once the wind system becomes operational, the availability of real-time data at a very granular scale would be available for PMFBY for running simulation models, and it would able to capture those extremities which are happening in weather. The major concern is with respect to two more type of inputs. One is with respect to the type of cultivar coefficients, what type of cultivars are there. But I would say that many of the state agriculture universities, ICR institutes, since 1984 we have been working on this under different programs. So there is already a database. There is one more issue. Which simulation model to use? We, like the two states which we have, we are using simulation model, that is basically American models. And in India, we have our own InfoCrop series of model, at least for 8 major crops. Cotton, we have a working model, but still there are issues with that. So with respect to our models and with respect to the American models, a lot of varietal coefficients as a research have been available. Only thing is they are not discoverable. So we need to make them available and put at one place. The other thing is that with time, I would say that because ICR is part of ministry and we are mandated to work towards any of the program of ministry, we can create a working group level, a working group where these issues of availability of parameter, their standardization and protocols to be followed, what we say a minimum quality data set for a crop simulation model, which could be used with American models or with Indian models or with Australian models. So that is the need of this. But I would say sufficiently we have availability. Some gaps which were in input, they are going to be soon filled up with the kind of systems we are developing. Thank you.
Okay. Very nice elaborations, Dr. Saigal. And there is oceans of questions for this crop simulations model and the agroclimatic factors which it depends, and how it performs for the different crops. The models are different. And as you rightly pointed out, which model we should use for the simulations. So as far as crop insurance is concerned, we need to standardize that model, and to the people who are using the model should bring out the similar kind of results that should not confuse the state also and government also. So the output from the model is very much important in this regards. So next, I will request Sri Apurva Tatia, Head Underwriting, Reliance General Insurance Company. And the Reliance Insurance Company is one of the empaneled company in the PMFBY. And Mr. Tatia has long experience in finance and insurance industries. So, Sri Tatia, your view on insurance companies, how it appropriately equipped to assimilate the technology in the crop insurance systems, and how you look from 5 to 10 years from now?
So, first of all, the great leaders thinks different. So, in the leadership of Bhutani ji, he started that how the remote sensing technology can be used for the crop modelings. And then with the leadership of Ritesh Chauhan ji, they implemented it. And I'm pretty sure with the leadership of Muktanand ji, it will take the new heights. During the time of the Bhutani ji, we have started, all insurance companies have started learning out that how remote sensing technology will actually help into the crop insurance. And with the help of NRSC and MNCFC, they have taught us that how these simulations will work around. From the insurance perspective, I think most of the insurance companies are equipped to validate the data, because obviously the TIP and the Mitra has to provide the data to the insurance companies and to the state government. Most of the insurance companies are in capability to handle and validate the data. The challenge which is coming across while validating the data is that what is the sowing and harvesting date which is being used by the modelers, then how the cloud masking has been done. Is it 10%, 20%? Those transparencies are right now not available. So in a suggestion, it would be like that in case if a portal can be made where all the assumptions which has been used is provided, I think all insurance companies will be able to validate that data. We have tried this with the Odisha government, we have done this with the Haryana government also. There are few differences in the yield which we have calculated and the yield which government has calculated. The difference is because of these parameters and obviously the shape files and the date of the satellite data which has been used. So these are few differences. I think with the, you have already addressed in the presentation also, that in case if there is a common portal where all the data sets, assumptions which have been used, if they can be used, provided to the insurance companies, we are capable to handle that. From the way forward, I think this is a great thought, where currently 30% yield estimation is being considered by few of the states. Obviously MP is using 100% and they are satisfied with that. The farmer grievances have been reduced. Now it's time, because 2 years have been already there when this has been used with 30%. Now it's time to increase from 30 to 50 and gradually from 50 to 70 and to the 100%.
Thank you very much. So here also I will urge this insurance company through you that to adopt the technology, you also need to have a collaborations with the institutes like ISRO, IARI, who are working in this field. And as Dr. Bhattacharya is mentioned, that use of microwave as well as the optical data and merged data, also the use of polarimetric microwave data also has the potentials. And NISR is coming up and our RISAT is on the orbit, and with the Sentinel-1 data, Sentinel-1A, 1B. So these satellites can be utilized in these regards. And if the field, the SAC has and NRSC has already working on the polarimetric analysis, and that would be, has the potentials in these regards, particularly discriminations of the small crops, which is not possible through the optical data and even in the Kharif seasons due to the cloud cover. So thank you very much. So next I will come to Sri Chandan Verma ji, Head Agriculture Swiss Re, which is a reinsurance company. And Swiss Re plays a vital role in the Indian crop insurance landscape as a reinsurance. And Sri Verma is associated with the innovative solutions and strengthening the resilience of Indian agriculture against these various risks. So Verma ji, what support the reinsurance can provide to the insurance companies in the technology implementations based on their experience with the global crop insurance program?
Hello everyone. So thanks for the question. Before going into this, we will like to put a small point on why reinsurers try doing or getting involved into the technology space, because if we see MNCFC, insurers and everyone now in the field is working on it. But we still feel there is a validation required, because as Apurva just mentioned, still there are a lot of things which are not very clear. One can be the seasonality, discipline, or the dates of harvesting. Similarly, we also have some of the indexes which are not been shared or known to the insurance industries. So like previously, when in 2016 the PMFBY scheme started, everyone used to get a different burn cost. So right now also we see in many of the cases, when people are or the individuals or agencies are using the similar set of data for arriving at the particular yield, but the results are very different. So when we go into this, we realize there are differences in the assumptions. So as shared by the earlier speakers, if we create some type of, say, pooling of information which is available and readily available to all the stakeholders, including insurers, reinsurers, and all the parties involved, it helps everyone. And to garnish this, what we do is, we collaborate with the insurance companies, try and working towards the calibration exercise, the validation of the product, the capacity building, because right now if we have to implement, say, any type of technology in the country like India, we need more and more resources. And presently, if we really see, as many of the bigger companies are capable of handling these things, but we still see lot of slowly more and more companies are involving into the crop insurance subject, and we need this type of capacity building. So we as a reinsurers try having the capacity building through the workshop and trainings with the companies in a group or based on their requirements individually. What we also do is, we work globally across many countries. So we bring the expertise as well as our experience from the world and try discussing with the companies here what best can be implemented. For that, again, we as a reinsurers are not present on ground. So we rely on our insurance companies and the partners who are really on the ground working on the subjects, and try making a trend and see if our trends, our data trends and yield trends are matching with the companies, and that's the way we try helping them out.
Thank you very much. As I was discussing, I will go to the second questions and start from you only. The collaborations for this technological developments and its implementations. So I think as a reinsurer company, this is a vital point or very important, as you're working in the area of the crop insurance. So collaborating with the government, collaborating with the institutes, research organizations, and training and capacity development within these insurance sectors. So what is your viewpoint in this regard?
Thanks again for this question. So how the reinsurers again work is, we have a set of underwriters, then we have a separate team where our actuaries and statistics works. Then we have the product development and the research team. So in the product development and research team, we have lot of PhD and doctorates who work really on the way how the industry can evolve, and to see the long-term view where we work towards having the solution and products which are not available now, say, which should be there in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line. To do these collaborations, we are tie up with lot of international institutes. We in past also have been in touch with lot of agriculture institutes in the country, and we are very much open, and only the issues which we have seen in past is there are a couple of organizations, sometimes they are not very openly, say very much open to work with the commercial organization, but even we have some solutions for that. Like in the companies like Swissre, we have a Swissre Foundation and various product centers in place, which separately works without having any interaction through the business teams. Through that region also the collaboration can be increased, because we feel right now instead of having the competition, it's a time to bring and create more collaboration within the industries so that we can really make the right solutions for the future.
Thank you very much. So I will go to Tatya ji. would you please elaborate the quality of the manpower is required for the technology implementations as insurance company is concerned. So I think you are also taking some step in these directions for the training and capacity building within your organizations. So what are the gap areas you are seeing in these regards and how you are addressing it?
So currently the people who understands the YESTECH model or can implement the YESTECH model, actually the manpower is very, very low. Or probably there are few certain people who are actually knowing about these all things. So currently we are hiring people, we are taking people from the, obviously from the market who can understand this and we train them. But in case if there is a certificate course from any of the institute like Insurance Institute or NIA that can be implemented with a certificate course of YESTECH, only for the YESTECH. Obviously the training can be made by NRSC, MNCFC and other research organizations who can train them. The manpower crunch will move out. And obviously currently we are using this YESTECH model only for say limited districts to validate the yields. Probably we will be able to handle it for the entire portfolio.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I will come to Dr. Saigal again. Dr. Saigal, we have discussed about the crop modeling. So now the major challenges in crop simulations model in the crop insurance, it is mainly related to the data requirement, model parameterizations, scales issues, inherent variabilities, and the biological systems, and the computational resources. So what is your viewpoint? This large legacy data, which we have discussed in the first phase, it is available. How to bring and address these model parameterizations issues and scalability also?
Yeah. What is happening, as you say, that the issue of scalability, some of the parameters which are going to come either from soil or weather, that has been taken care of. We have to generate, like for infocrop, we have already done for major varieties, there is a database of genetic coefficients. But there is a lot of information which is needed in terms of what was the date of sowing, how much fertilizer, how much irrigation. And because simulation models were originally made to replace the doing agronomic experiment and later used for climate change studies. So one of the strategies which I would proudly say that our own model is one which actually assimilates remote sensing derived crop parameters. And as Dr. Bimal has rightly pointed out, that in time to come, essential agricultural variables which are going to be generated, whether it is in terms of chlorophyll, whether it is in terms of leaf area, whether it is in terms of soil moisture, those parameters can be assimilated, and we have already implemented a strategy. So if the major lacuna there coming is computational resources, because you have to run for every unit 120, 130 days calculation of all the parameters, and for very large area when you do it, you need those kind of computational resources. And I would request that we need to find out whether under the umbrella of PMFBY, because it is not only for simulation model, even for semi-empirical or for machine learning, yes, there is a lot of computational requirement as more and more inputs are going to come for that. So, last year, just for the information house, we have used our own infocrop model for paddy yield forecasting from Punjab to up to Andhra, 10 states, and from field scale to district scale. But we took 1.5 months to do the computation with whatever was available with us. So that is one constraint we are finding. But that strategy we can actually bring it into YESTECH also, because that is appearing to be quite promising and mature technology. Thank you.
Good, thank you. You have brought out the important point. And I think that GPU-based or cloud-based analysis, computational analysis, when you train these AI models, it takes a lot of time. And as it trains, as it grows, and it becomes more perfect to give accurate results.
And more input data you want to assimilate.
Yes, more and more input data, ground data is required to train such models, and then only it will perform and give you the accurate and most perfect results in this regards. Thank you very much. And I think you are working also in the R&D domain in this regards, this crop modeling aspects, and not only crop modeling and other aspects of this with the crop. Now, I will go to Dr. Bhattacharya. Dr. Bhattacharya, we have already discussed about regarding this Andhra Pradesh that capacity building. So, if I request you to tell in general, from your experience, you are working with the states. So what is the requirement, how much it is the required, the building, the training and capacity for the states? Because MITR is providing their expert services to the TIPS. So TIPS has to brought out the results from the field. Now, in this regards, what are the things need to be done immediately in short term and then medium term? What is your perspective in this regard?
Yes, actually there are two aspects into this. That short term perspective is more on the operational implementation, practical implementation of the scheme, and another is that R&D support which can come from the academia or maybe technical research agencies. So in terms of practical operationalization purpose, like TIP, like Andhra Pradesh State Remote Sensing Center, APSAC, so definitely their strengthening is very much required, not APSAC, in different state remote sensing centers. So whatever training and the new data sets which are coming in the future, so we should make them aware, and which we need to equip them for their analysis and the protocols, so that they can be equipped and they can directly use those data. And another aspect is that long-term R&D support. There, many state agriculture departments have come up with a state digital agriculture monitoring, like Maharashtra state government, then Madhya Pradesh, and now Gujarat also, and many other states are coming up, where they are regularly, they have planned to use regularly these different satellite as well as other technological data. So those data curation and the benchmarking are very required, and that state government should open the data to the different R&D institutes for that matter. So that is the first thing. Second thing is that there is this RKVY scheme in state agriculture department that should be strengthened with more opportunities for the new research, new model building capabilities, as well as for some new crops, suppose horticultural crops, those are untouched using satellite remote sensing or maybe other technology. So combination of satellite, drone, AI, all these things, so their long-term research are very required for this. So states should invest long-term for that, and even some states are coming up with the proposition of the satellite, like I think you are aware of AssamSat. So similar kind of thing can be thought of in that direction. And the present technology trend, if you see that in satellite remote sensing, it is actually being merged with the IoT based sensing of the ground sensor. So communication and the remote sensing, those two, so Israeli technology is coming up in that direction, though that also need to be thought of. So states keeping in this new trend, new data, they should invest on the long-term research through the state agencies. But for short-term practical purposes, TIP should be strengthened. For this, MITR has a role to play to strengthen them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will go to Dilli Raoji. Now, as we know, this weather data is very important, and wind infrastructure is being established. So the installations of the network is very much required at this juncture to strengthen the winds system, winds portal. And the data needs to come, all the states, means to create a robust portal, and where all the data sets comes and sits, and it is have immense values for the crop modeling and also in other aspects like agroforestry and crop forecastings. So these installations of the new network under WINDS, what is the policy level interventions is required from the states, and how quickly it can come up?
Yes, sir. With regard to WINDS portal, Andhra Pradesh is almost pioneer in the year, way back in 2003 itself, initiated in 2008, completed in United Andhra Pradesh. So in Andhra Pradesh now, after 2014, we got around some 1600 AWS are working, around some 1200 plus ARGs are working, around 600 plus manual centers are there, manual these RF weather stations. So it's a dense network is there, and now AP is so coordinating with GOI for integration of the data. So we got the information that so budget is also got sanctioned. So and further, because existing some 2,800 is may not be sufficient, because we have 10,000 plus Raitu Seva Kendras are there. We want to establish all 10,000 locations, all AWSs. With regard to policy wise, yes, every state is coming forward and welcoming these automatic weather stations, because now floods are increasing, cyclone warning and all, it's very much required, not only the insurance. But issue is safety, because whatever we are establishing and no one is, if the panchayat is not owning, a department is not owning, then census will not work. So what, suppose huge amount you are investing, but if not maintaining properly, and that's most important. So safety protocol is the one most important one. So for that, what we followed in Andhra Pradesh, all 11 kV, 33 kV substations, that's the most secured place. And panchayat premises is another secured place. So that's most important, policy decision is required. Otherwise, and strong maintenance, that's maintenance is AMC is very, very important, yes, because it's a all, if the AMC not there and the governments are not releasing budget, so in time, whatever this entire portal or equipment will not be used. So these two are important. For that, one sustainable model is required. So anyway, now GOI and PMFBY, so they are giving a live data for Andhra Pradesh. Now it's around some 7.8 crores is there. So I think that amount certainly will be useful. If more and more maintenance aspect is one policy decision is required, and safety point is another is required. Otherwise, no state government means came backward. No, they will come forward only, because it's a need of the hour, not only for insurance and all other weather aberrations. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasa. Now I come to Dr. Chaudhary. Dr. Chaudhary, we are using mostly sentinel data as far as the crop mapping is concerned, and also in the YESTECH program. But when we need the granular data, granular informations, so the high resolution data plays an important role, very high resolution data. It may be the submitter data. So what is your viewpoint for integrations of such data into the YESTECH program, and how it is possible, how we can go ahead with this?
Yeah. Hello? Yeah. So it's actually, I mean, coming to the usage of this 10-meter sentinel data, since it is being open source domain and the most of the people is access, data is access is there. So everybody is using these data sets. Of course, I completely agree that improving this accuracy, ingesting the higher resolution satellite data will definitely increase the reliability and accuracy and granularity of the information. I mean that your so-called crop estimation can be possible. It definitely not yield. I can say ingesting high spatial resolution data will definitely improve the crop mapping because of Indian data. Most of the Indian land holdings are fragmented and of the irregular boundaries definitely will increase. Provided if you wanted to really utilize this particular spatial resolution data to be ingested in YESTECH, associated information that is being required for yield estimation also to be made available at that resolution. If not at the field level, maybe suppose soil is there, at least you should come at higher resolution. Now currently the maximum availability is 1:50,000. So having 1:50,000 data and having very high resolution satellite data may not yield you the very desired results of your high accurate yield assessments. As Professor Vinay was already mentioning that because of the satellite requirements and the data source, lots of data requirement for DSAT model, Indian model, whatever it may be. So how exactly the associate data of soil can be generated? Is it possible to generate the data at the village level? If not, if the winds, okay, to what extent? Okay, like winds is, definitely it is going to be the game changer for the data availability. Current data availability say is almost like 1:520 square kilometer, one age station. So, but definitely will improve that. So in the same way, we'll have to associate information will always be possible that we'll have to make it downscale to the technologies to the level of the village level to really appreciate the high spatial resolution data for yield assessment. And one more thing is computational infrastructure is also one more important area that one need to think. If possible, the government of India can make a kind of HPC kind of thing that can be made available to all the stakeholders, so that for then only will be possible to computationally that high spatial resolution data, huge database is there, that if you wanted to analyze this data and associated huge database, that definitely HPC is required. So you can make access to that for all the stakeholders, maybe the technology based implementing agencies, that can add a value to for our YESTECH yield estimation kind of thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So my last question comes to Gupta ji. What is the policy level implementations is required from the state government level to encourage the YESTECH program in your states? You have already absorbed under your leadership. It is absorbed in the states, and state is following 100% in the technology-based crop insurance. So what is your future plan in this regard? See,
I'll come to Madhya Pradesh later on, but what I feel with respect to adoption of whether it is YESTECH or whether it's WINDS technology, there has to be a realization that states are at different level of tech maturity. Now flexibility has to be woven into the implementation models. There are many tech models available, so there has to be a definite handholding of the states, which tech model to adopt, which are the technology partners, what flexibility is being given in partnering with those research institutes or remote sensing institutes, and then financial assistance. See, without financial assistance, any training program, any conjuring of any SOPs cannot be, thought of. And then one basic thing that what Madhya Pradesh is looking at is in the entire schemata of the things, one crucial stakeholder, that is the farmer, his feedback has to be looped in. Whether it's Gram Panchayat or different stakeholders involved, there has to be a feedback mechanism where, how the scheme is performing, whether it's whatever is the mandate or whatever are the deliverables, is the farmer really woven into the entire scheme of things. One other pointer that I would take a cue from one of the sessions in which Dr. Murthy has said, And that is a pointer for everybody who's present here. The integration of different platforms, like Dr. Murthy, he said, whatever geospatial platforms that we have, whether it belongs to NRSC data or SAC, and then NCIP. So different kind of integrations have to be woven into, and end-to-end solutions for all the stakeholders, whether it starts from the notification stage, the enrollment stage, or the claims settlement stage. It has to be seamless. And then we have to move forward from, and this is just my personal view, that whatever crop cutting experiments we are doing, we'll have to move it completely out of the human interference, and some kind of modalities have to work where this element of, we say it as a bias or a prejudice or whatever, but it has to be taken forward from that.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you very much. So now I will open up for our distinguished participants. I will request for if you have any viewpoints or the questions, so you kindly, yes, please.
Good morning to all of you, and I have two important points from this panel. The first one is that RISAT 1A data, RISAT, it was partly funded by the Ministry of Agriculture. I think around 400 crores was invested by Ministry. And this satellite was launched almost 3 years, 4 months back, if I am correct. Till now, the utilization of this data, either in geospatial agriculture or crop insurance, has not yet commenced. And this is the question to panelists from NRSC, because during my stay in the ministry, NRSC was identified as the responsible agency for bringing RISAT, mainstreaming RISAT into the system. And rather it is worrisome for me, even after 3 years, 4 months, more than half of satellite's life is over. So what steps are being taken up, at least to bring this data into utilization? This is the first question. Probably after answering this first question, I would like to put my viewpoint on YESTECH.
Hello, yeah, this utilization of RISAT data as far as NRSC is concerned, this data is being available. It is government to government, is all government. It has been made free. It is being available through the Bunidhi platform. And one more thing is that data is being, now we've been in, like Dr. Soumya Bandyopadhyay recently been Krishi DSS, we have been already sharing this data to MNCFC, that they have been hosting this data in Krishi DSS. Efforts are being by, I think, I think Dr. Bandyopadhyay can comment on that. So the data is already being shared, the flow is there. Yeah, thank you.
Regarding RISAT 1A data, the C-band data, like Sentinel data, however, here, unlike Sentinel data where the polarization constraint is there, here polarization constraint is not there because it is the Indian data. And we have already, API has received from the NRSC to receive the data. One point is here, the data volume is very high as far as the microwave is concerned. There are 4 polarimetric bands are there in vertical and horizontal polarizations. Now this data set storing also is issue. Whether it will be stored in the cloud or whether it will be stored in the NAS system of Krishi DSS. However, we are getting the surface layer inundations from NRSC. We are getting the flood inundations layer from the NRSC. And also the crop maps which are being generated at NRSC, that also we are getting. And SAC also implementing Sasya app through Bunidhi platform. So that will be in NRSC's cloud itself. and through that app, we will get the data sets on crop acreage estimations and also the yield estimations directly to our servers in the KRISI DSS. So the efforts are on to utilize this RISAT-1 data to its full potential.
Yeah, before I close this issue,
I
just want to put one more point here. Making the data accessible doesn't mean the data is being utilized. Point number one. The second point is that what are the use cases with this data? Because Fasal Bima Yojana, crop insurance, for that matter any geospatial agriculture, today it requires new data sets. Ministry has already invested 400 crores on this satellite. And another 400 crores also, when I was in ministry, I got it released for RISAT-2. I think this is a very important issue that ministry has to take it forward. Otherwise, new satellite is available, new data set is available, but its utilization is zero. Till now, there is no successful use case from this satellite data.
Dr. Murthy,
Second point, last point. Just hold on.
Dr. Bhutani is waiting for his presentation.
Yeah, my second point is that when you are bringing YESTECH, perception and trust are more important. Perception and trust among the stakeholders, state departments, insurance companies, and these things. My sincere request to technology agencies is that, because I am worried, the divergent views of technology people on data, scale of the data.
Murthy ji, I think we will discuss after this. We will take these issues and we will discuss. ISRO people are also here. We are also here. I understand your point. We will discuss this issue. So, any other participant, distinguished participant, I request. Okay, thank you. The key takeaway for these discussions is the technology is now it is the necessity, and greater investment is required in the digital infrastructures in the rural areas. So thank you very much, our esteemed panelists, and for your viewpoints. Thank you. It will enrich the PMFBY program in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That panel discussion there really made a lot of thoughts flow in the room, and we will address all of them. In fact, our very next session is going to address a couple of them as well, as we get just the most distinguished personality to throw light on our topic, which is leveraging cooperative structure for increasing risk protection of farmers. And we have with us, just like I said, a very distinguished personality. With great pride, we introduce him to you, Dr. Ashish K. Bhutani, Secretary, Ministry of Cooperation, Government of India. Please give him a huge round of applause. He's been a distinguished IAS officer of the 1992 batch from the Assam Meghalaya cadre. Under his able guidance, PMFBY implementation began and also flourished over the years with strong foundation. He also was the very first CEO of PMFBY, so just the right person to throw light on this topic. Very good morning and over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sure you are now fresh with your dive in the morning and a sumptuous breakfast. It's always a pleasure to come back to attend such conferences, although I've been out of PMFBY for nearly 4 years, 3.5 years. And cooperatives have remained an integral part of our initiative. Well, when I was holding that position of CEO PMFBY, even before that, in fact, many of you might not be aware, I was holding the position of Joint Secretary Cooperation in the ministry for many years. Before this ministry was formed, in fact, before this ministry was formed in July 2021, before that I was Joint Secretary Cooperation handling the entire sector at that point of time. Cooperatives have played a very important role in the implementation of various government schemes, including PMFBY. If you see the reach of the cooperative sector, we have nearly 354 district central cooperative banks, 34 state cooperative banks, and more than 100,000 primary agriculture credit societies, which we call as PACs, which dispense credit to the farmers. In fact, well before PMFBY came into play, we had a precursor of that, the NAIS, National Agriculture Insurance Scheme, which was mandatory for loanee farmers. So primarily 97 to 98% insurance is happening through the compulsory route, primarily through PACs. If you see the reach of the cooperative, I would say banks in the rural areas, 43% of the Kisan credit cards are issued by the cooperative banks. Although volume of loan might be smaller, 15% of the short-term credit is dispensed by the cooperative banks. Although number of KCCs is much higher, 43%. So this clearly shows that the smallest of the farmers are being serviced by the cooperative banks. Now, one of the biggest reasons for decline in the share of the cooperative banks vis-a-vis commercial banks and RRBs is the fact that there has been a tendency among commercial banks to overloan the farmer. We'll be discussing another issue regarding bridging the gap, etc. later on. But that is one challenge, if not addressed, will lead to which has a lot of adverse consequences. We have a scale of finance system, a district level technical committee is there, which finalizes the scale of finance for various crops in a district. In fact, many states have state level technical committees finalizing the SOF at the state level also these days. But most of the banks, especially commercial banks, do not adhere to it. Primarily because they are trying to meet their PSL targets and ensure that there is no shortfall, leading to their compulsory commitment to provide resources at concessional rates under RIDF. So that being the case, there has been a tendency to overloan the farmer from commercial banks and underloan. Now, the other point is, how do we ensure proper access to concessional finance for cooperative banks? Now, cooperative banks access finance through their own resources, the CASA funds, the current account and the saving account funds at cheaper rates. And they also get concessional finance through a window given through the NABARD, which is again funded through the PSL shortfall only. So nearly 50,000 crores of flowing through that window, which has now come down drastically. Now, inability of the cooperative banks to lend sufficient resources to the farmers as per scale of finance and overloaning by the commercial banks has led to the inability of the cooperative banks to properly cover the farmers under the scheme. If you see the scheme guidelines in detail, it clearly mentions that even if the banks are unable to lend to the farmer as per scale of finance, the insurance has to be as per scale of finance. And whatever insurance premium is there has to be given as an additional loan to the farmer over and above the KCC limit set up as per the scale of finance. Most of the banks are unable to do that, primarily because this is a calculation issue which nobody wants to get into. All the banks are either single man branches or 2 persons working there, already overloaded with doing too many things, so that this calculation is a pain for them. It's very difficult for them to do these calculations. So I would say the best way forward for covering all these farmers would be to ensure end-to-end digitization and auto calculation of these parameters at the grassroots level. From our side, from the ministry, we have taken up an exercise of doing computerization of all the primary agriculture credit societies, all the PACs. Nearly 79,000 PACs are presently under computerization. So this will end the problem of opacity and enable to access records. Its linkage with the NCIP will go a long way in ensuring that all these, we know what is happening, how much loan they are accessing, and we can also through API sharing ensure that these calculations can be done on the NCIP portal itself, so that the banks are liberated from such calculations. With the type of effort the ministry has put in to bring in model bylaws, what we have done is we have devised model bylaws shared with states, and all the states barring, I think, one state has adopted those bylaws. Now, what has happened is, with the adoption of these model bylaws, all the PACs are now entitled to carry out more than 25 activities. Initially, they were doing only input and credit activities. Now, they can do more than 25 activities. Some of them are very major activities, including common service center. Now, since the computerization of packs is already underway and is likely to be completed in November this year, all these packs have a computerized system with internet availability. Nearly 50% of these packs are already functioning as common service centers. Now, all the non-loanee coverage is happening through the common service center under the PMFBY primarily. My request to the state governments is please ensure that the PACS CSC, the CSC working in PACS, is the only channel available to the PACS members to do their crop insurance. They need not go anywhere. Nearly 13 crore members are there of 100,000 PACS. 13 crore members. Now, these can easily be covered by not going anywhere, by just coming to their own PACS where a common service center is running. In fact, there have been instances of the VLEs manipulating the system, doing forged entries or fictitious entries. PACS are more than 100-year-old entities. And farmers have been going there for a variety of purposes. They are comfortable with PACS. They know the environment. They don't feel alien there. They can easily come and get their crop insurance in the common service center run by PACS itself. I would say that would go a long way in ensuring coverage. Now, linking with the PM-KISAN and the KCC we'll discuss in the subsequent sessions. But the best way is to ensure that all these 44,000 PACS already functioning as common service centers are onboarded on the system, and all the PACS in the neighboring areas are delinked. Also, all the common service centers are delinked. They should be mandatorily covered from the PACS common service center. Now, this would ensure that data is seamlessly available. There's no fudging. The land records are all available in PACS because they have been getting loans from the PACS. All the loanee farmers are there with the PACS. Primarily, all the loanee farmers are either with the commercial banks or with the cooperative banks. 100% coverage of all cooperative bank members can take place through the data available in the PACS, which has already been computerized. I would say it's a low-hanging fruit if the Ministry of Cooperation and Agriculture, and especially the CEO PMFBY and my team in the ministry can integrate I would say, rack our brains together, we can easily cover 100% cooperative members under the crop insurance program. The issue of duplicacy, etc., single member taking loan from commercial banks as well, is anyway being addressed through the Krishi Rin portal. Those will be found out, deduplicated, and the matter ended once and for all. So I would say interesting times ahead. The Agri-Stack portal, the entire structure which is being put up by the ministry, I would say a very innovative and a very transforming exercise. The PM-KISAN portal, the NCIP, and on this side, the computerization, the PACS portal. All this can be integrated to ensure that we have a single source of data, all that talk to each other, there's no duplication, and easily we can ensure that only those who have land, all these three softwares have the basic premise that you should be a landowner. Be it the Fasal Bima or the Kisan Rin portal or the PM-KISAN, all have to be landowners for them to be enrolled under the program. So all three sets of data can be integrated to ensure that all the farmers are covered. And I am saying that always there was a problem that cooperatives cannot be covered because of the opacity and manual entry of data. Now we have addressed those issues, and these can easily be covered now. And as I said earlier, with the type of activities PACS are doing, we have diversified the activities. They're earning more money. They're more vibrant. In fact, we're also setting up and bringing another scheme to ensure that all PACS function as one-stop shop in the rural areas. There has been a discussion in the sectoral group of secretaries headed by the Secretary Agriculture. There were 14 different departments are there. We are all unanimous in our thought process that PACS could be one point of contact for dispensing all the schemes in the rural areas. They are age-old institutions backed by law, and they are where they are vibrant and I would say viable. Those PACS can be taken up as one-stop shop centers where all different schemes, be it the schemes of the Rural Ministry, Development Ministry, be Agriculture Ministry, Cooperation, or anybody including water resources, all activities and benefits being given to rural areas can be covered under one roof. Any person can walk into the PACS, get the benefit either digitally or physically. So that is the, I would say, environment and the platform which we are trying to create shortly as part of decision of the SGOS. So I would say it's time that we integrated all this information which we have. We have been running in silos, developing information in silos. If we integrate, we can easily cover the issues relating to inability to cover most of these farmers earlier also, be it NICE when it was mandatory and the earlier parts of PMFBY when still what is mandatory, are issues we'll discuss in the subsequent session. But I would say all of us have done excellent work individually. It's time for us to sit together and ensure that we ensure that last mile connectivity is ensured and all deduplication happens and we have all the farmers onboarded on the system for coverage. The issue of states jumping from one side to the other, from 1 rupee to or migrating away from PMFBY, those issues are also to be addressed. Very, very important issues. States have to take a long-term view of crop insurance if you want to really cover crop insurance and universalize it. You can't today say, I'll do 1 rupee and everybody will be covered. Or the system will be gamed and you will be bled to death. That is what is happening in states. On the other hand, we migrate out of PMFBY because we can't afford it. So, madhyam marg lena bahut zaruri hai, isko dekhna kaise isko theek karna hai. I think once we are clear what we want, this issue can be addressed, and I would say time has come to address this issue now and close all the gaps in the system, and we ensure universal coverage in the right meaning and its functioning of the Fasal Bima Yojana. I would say the new COPMY is here, and I'm sure within his leadership we'll be able to achieve what has been not yet achieved for last about 7-8 years. So thank you very much. I look forward to discussions today. I am sorry I was late. I could not make it yesterday because of certain important meetings at the highest level. But I look forward to the panel discussion, remaining panel discussions, and also interact with you informally and take latest inputs from you what is happening in the crop insurance scenario. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhutani. That indeed was very, very informative. I'd also like to say that if any of us want that little dose of caffeine, a little refreshment, we're going to do it in a working tea sort of a model, so we can quickly get our cup or get a bite and come inside. Yes, Kamna ma'am.
Yes. So just, I would like to have your guidance because all insurers are here, bankers are also here. So we've been struggling for getting farmers sensitized on non-loany part, voluntary enrollment. When we talk about voluntary enrollment, we see that that's happening only in certain pockets where there are traditionally high claims for any reason. So if we are intending for going for universal coverage, the voluntary uptake is very important. Now, sir, we had discussion with the Ministry of Cooperation earlier also, so your words would be important. How can, because we spoke about leveraging, but since at the policy level or the ministry level, we can't go and touch every PAX. So there are the national federations which are with the government of India as well as with the state Apex Federation which are at the state level. How can we have a kind of synergy between the IC programs that an insurance company run or the centralized IC program that government of India is doing? You are aware of that. Because in order to reach that farmer, so we have been trying, we introduce our app also, intermediary app also, that the ICs reach the doorstep. But how to build that trust among the farmer? For that, I think, since the farmers are the members of PACs, the primary societies, including some maybe district level societies also. So how could all this be synergized so that the insurance companies get the support of those federations and all also to build up trust among farmers so that they come and come up for the voluntary enrollments? So that's very important. Would like to hear from you, sir.
Quick response to it actually. See, if you see the biggest universe of data we have is PM-KISAN of landowners. KCC is a subset of it and PMFBY is a smaller subset of it, right? So we had run a program to do saturation of KCC earlier. Idea was that everybody should be brought under the fold of KCC and all becoming loaning farmers will mandatorily get covered. Okay, that was the idea at that point of time. But and by, I would say, by a diplomatic move, we had put in the opt-out system when the scheme was made voluntary for all farmers, including loany farmers. Otherwise, what would happen? You would not have even have 5% of farmers covered under PMFBY. Had we done that, opt-in would have been a disaster for PMFBY, right? So my point is, you see how banks have been performing on this. Banks, I don't know why, in spite of the fact that this scheme is a loan insurance scheme as well. Okay, that is the point states have been making, the politicians have been making in parliament time and again. But banks have been too quick in opting out a lot of farmers in many states. which is a pity actually. आपका लोन ही इंश्योर हो रहा है, उसके बाद भी आपने फार्मर को आउट कर खत्म कर दिया आपने, अपना ही सिस्टम, अपने पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मार लिया आपने. Now how do you recover your loan? So idea is bring in all the best way would be, in addition to the IEC activities, benefits, farmers all said and done are not so aware. Now that is a problem, and how do we address it? There are many ways and means of addressing that. But the best would have been states taking lead in ensuring that all farmers are covered. Many states have done that through a universalization of program, etc. But the best would be to cover them under KCC and ensure that they are opted in unless they opt out. So that is the best way to move forward, I would say. Tweak your guidelines, ensure that anybody who joins KCC is opted in, automatically opted in. So that will bring in a lot of farmers. In fact, last 3-4 years, nearly 2 crore additional KCC cards have been issued. In fact, what we have done in the ministry is we are running another program called Cooperation among Cooperatives. Now, over a period of time, cooperative banks had been begging for resources from various institutions, including RBI for under the PSL shortfall or NABARD. So what we started a campaign in Gujarat called Cooperation among Cooperatives. We forced all the cooperative societies and their members to open accounts only in cooperative banks. So, and issue these micro ATMs to them to ensure doorstep banking for all these beneficiaries, and issued KCC cards to everybody. 8,500 crores were deposited in about 12 months' time additionally in Gujarat. So that money is CASA money. At interest rate of 3% getting the money, you can easily loan at 5 to 6%. You need not look at NABARD for 4.5%. So this could be one way of increasing resources for cooperatives if you're looking at cooperative as a way forward for covering everybody. So this is one model. I would say many gaps are there, Kamna. We have to address all those gaps one by one. I would say all have to be in sync. No knee-jerk reactions. Look at and take a long-term position. That is the only way out. And go all the more, you have done doing a good work in IC, all the more states also have to chip in that there is something which is very, very important and critical. They have to realize that if there are catastrophes or calamities, it's not a motor insurance where 10, 15, 20 vehicles will go bad. Blocks and districts and states will be affected. Everybody has to be paid. You don't have resources to pay. All your SDRF interventions are only compensated to a point. 13,500 per hectare is peanuts. His loss is more than 50, 60, 70, 80,000 rupees. So the best way is to ensure that all these instruments are taken care of. Everybody is brought into the KCC fold because you already have a PM-KISAN. You have one-page format. In fact, in my time, we had brought in one-page format, simple format for PM-KISAN because all data is already there in your system. One page, you fill it and you are, within 15 days, you get a KCC. And there might be many cases of NPAs earlier. We have to take a position, how do we handle those cases? Nearly 2, 3, 4 crore farmers might be because of old defaulters, etc. Take a view on that and move forward, bring everybody into KCC. He gets access to cheap credit, and I would say he gets credit at 0%, primarily in most of the states. So up to 50,000 to 1 lakh rupees, he can use that as a cash credit limit. Take the money, again deposit, again take it at 0%, rather than taking money from micro insurance, microfinance companies or money lenders at 32 to 48% of interest. So we have to bring the cost of inputs down in the farming sector to ensure that farming is viable. For that, as I said, let's look at instruments already available, go for saturation campaign in a more planned way, more, I would say, detailed IEC activities, address the gaps in states where this is not I would say, happening the way it should happen. Classic case of sugarcane farmers in Western UP. They forced the government to opt them out or to de-notify the crop. You know that, right? We de-notified sugarcane from Western UP because they say we don't suffer losses. But then what about hailstorm? What happens then? You suffer loss, then you keep crying, coming to the government asking for resources. So we have to take a long position. Could we make it 0.1% of interest and everybody is covered? That is the premium because hardly any losses. It's everybody has to rack their brains together, no shortcuts and nobody trying to game the system or making money out of, I would say, knee-jerk reactions, including insurance companies, I would say, putting in fictitious name at 1 rupee to get more premium. All those things have to be addressed and strict punishment for all such cases where we find this is happening. Thank you.
Dr. Bhutani, thank you so much for sharing your valuable insights. And I'd like to reiterate that the tea coffee outside is ready in case anyone wants, but we're not doing it like a tea break. Let's do it like a working tea due to the paucity of time. We have a lot to pack into half this day before the interesting lunch that we have ready. But now we move to another very interesting topic, which is moving towards farm level insurance, a case study of farm level crop yield estimation. And we have just the right personality to take us through. We have Shri Bhavik Merchant, founder Bhumi Shore, Mumbai, India. Bhavik Merchant, owner and promoter of Bhumi Shore. He and his team formulated a multi-model satellite imagery approach with a focus on carrying out field-level analytics and measurements of crop yield. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Bhavik Merchant as he comes up and takes over the dais. And for everyone that's going out, please bring your cup of tea, coffee inside, and let's see what Shri Bhavik has to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Bhavik Merchant. Just a little bit about me. I have a background with regards to aerospace, and a few years back we devised trying to form field-level solutions for crop insurance. So I'll just take you through what we've done. So let me just run through some of the problems the government's facing. I'm sure the esteemed ladies and gentlemen here are quite familiar, but just as a revision, essentially, first of all, there's a big problem with frauds because there's multiple crops many times grown. Many times farmers saying we're growing jeera when they're actually growing rice. So there's a huge problem. As you can see the newspaper clipping, 4 lakh claims, fraudulent claims, which were there for the Fasal Bima Yojana. There's a lengthy claim settlement process, of course. There's, of course, constant need for crop cutting experiments, which are carried out every year, which are carried out in about 1% of the fields in every district. Hilly terrains is very difficult to carry out with low resolution imagery. So most of the northeastern states and the hilly states, such as Uttarakhand, are finding cover under Fasal Bima Yojana quite difficult. Another problem is inability to assess damage and catastrophe during the rainy seasons. So we have a solution for that. Yes. First of all, I'd like to say that we're building upon the work done by YESTECH, which was phenomenal, where they're carrying out satellite-based yield estimation across at a district level. And this is the methodology for calculating the yield. We've just taken their methodology and just made a few tweaks. So I'll just run you through that. So first thing is, we are taking 3 modes of satellite imagery. We're taking something called optical, thermal, and SAR. I think everyone uses optical, but the other 2, thermal and SAR, have huge effects in terms of calculating the crop yield and indicating crop stress, especially SAR. We combine this with something called hyperlocal weather. So as everyone's familiar here, if you're taking IMD weather, you're taking other higher resolution weather as well, it'll be 5 kilometer, 1 kilometer, you'll have to attach a weather station in every single field, which is prohibitively expensive. So we found a way to downscale satellite-based weather to 90 meter. You can see the difference in resolution. So you're able to understand the weather at every single field and cover a huge number of parameters such as wind speed, precipitation, esteemed sir mentioned hailstorm, we can even cover that. Combining this, which is an ideal platform for weather-based insurance, where you're using 3 modes of imagery to calculate the crop yield. So first of all, we're using much higher resolution optical imagery, 3 meter resolution essentially we're using, which means we're able to analyze at a field level. Right, so you can see the difference in the resolution here between, say, PlanetScope and Sentinel. It's quite humongous in this case. We do this and we take imagery every single day. Satellite imagery, aisa nahi ki photo ek baar lena chahiye, we have to take it all the time to actually get accurate analytics. Step 2 in this is we're using a thermodynamics model with thermal imagery and optical imagery. Based on this, we're able to carry out field level yield measurements very shortly, essentially, and we can always have a chat after this as well if you're interested. But what we do is we calibrate at a field level a temperature scale and a wind scale, and based on that, we input into a thermodynamics model which allows us to understand crop stress and dry matter production at the field level. This is different. So if you're trying to calculate the land surface wetness index as a water scalar, we're able to do that, but we're able to do that at a field level. So essentially, we are carrying out the equivalent of a crop cutting experiment, but for every single field. using just satellite imagery. Right. After that, of course, is synthetic aperture radar. I think everyone here is familiar with the fact that when you have cloud cover, thermal imagery and optical imagery is not usable. So we use synthetic aperture radar. This is something we specialize in. So just shortly, synthetic aperture radar allows us to see through clouds, penetrate through clouds. And based on this synthetic aperture radar, we're able to actually tell you various parameters of the crop size, the crop length, the crop width, the soil moisture, and the dry matter. And we're able to hence tell you the crop yield. And this is game changing in terms of insurance. Another reason this is game changing is we're also able to tell you the inundation levels within a field. As you can see over here, this is taken in Ratnagiri. We're able to tell you the exact height of the flood. So in rainy season, let's say the field is flooded, we'll be able to tell you whether the crop was actually destroyed or not. And we'll be able to tell you this in real time. Right, so this is our platform. I'm just going to see if we can start the demo. Whoops. Yeah, okay, so unfortunately, I don't think we can show the video. So let me explain the platform. This is actually a field which we took in Ludhiana. And as you can see, various points of this field, we're actually able to tell you the crop yield. So what you can see is the dark blue corresponds to a much higher yield, 18,292 kg per hectare for that part. And the red area is for much lower. We're able to calculate this every single day. So by doing this and some level of ground truthing, once, we're able to calculate this out. We're also able to do crop classification within every single field. So we can tell that, okay, if there's sugarcane grown over here, or there's wheat grown over here, and in which part of the field what is grown. So there's no possibility of fraud in this case. This could really, really revolutionize the the claim settlement process. It could take a matter of minutes as opposed to a few years. It can also be that the number of frauds practically go to zero. Yes. So yes, I just wanted to show a comparison on how we are trying to enhance YESTECH. So firstly, YESTECH relies right now on crop cutting experiments. You're currently carrying out 2,400 per district, where a district usually has 2 lakh fields, which is excellent for the ground truthing, but we'd like to carry out that equivalent for the entire district. So that's number one. As you can see, it's entirely satellite driven. There's nothing required on the ground. The second thing is mostly major crops are covered. I think these are more for strategic reasons, I guess, in the Prime Minister's Fasal Bima Yojana. But we're able to cover over 115 crop varieties in this. And inter-variety will lead to probably 1,000. So the second thing is the weather hindrances. When you're using really high resolution data and you're also using optical data, as I reiterate, you're not able to understand what is happening during the rainy season where there's most chance of crop failure. That's one. Second thing is, with regards to weather hindrances, if there's a catastrophe which happens, you're not able to really monitor whether it affected one field or not. ऐसा हो सकता है कि see that fields 10 fields away, nothing happened, and your field a lot of damage happened. That's entirely possible, especially in circumstances such as a hailstorm. Lastly, we're able to tell you the exact sowing and harvest date, which actually should determine the payout, right? The crop growth is different at different stages. The resolution for us is every single day, which also provides a huge benefit. So you're able to monitor the field every single day. And this applies to every field in India. Lastly, in this case, is that with regards to calculating various indices, NDVI, LSWI, soil moisture, firstly, we are able to do this at a root zone level, which is extremely important to understand stress. Secondly, we are able to do this at a field level. So when you're calculating yield, you have when you're calculating the radiation use efficiency, you have a water scalar, you have a temperature scalar, etc. So we're able to calculate that in much higher resolution. And yeah, I think that covers most of our presentation. So just was showing you an example of how crop yield is actually carried out in terms of the estimation for potato. So yes, we do this repeatedly over a period of time and we calibrate our results. Once we're calibrated, let's say for 1 year, we never have to carry out ground truthing ever again. So this can really be a revolutionary solution. I thank everyone for your time and attention, and I would love to take any questions as well. Thank you. Sorry, sir?
In your presentation, you have shown the yield simulation of wheat, I think so. Can you please repeat that slide once again? Back. Yeah, this one.
Yes, sir.
Which crop this is?
Which?
Which crop?
Oh, this was a wheat crop. This was taken in Ludhiana, if I recall correctly.
But you have shown that the blue mark it is there. It is showing 182 quintals per hectare.
No, sir. This is kg.
No, it is kg. But if you convert it into quintals, it is 183 quintals.
No, sir. This is 18,292 kg per hectare. Sir.
That is that. I want to convert it into quintals. Then
yes, so we can convert it into quintals if you like.
Yeah, that is the point. It shows that 182 quintals per hectare. This is a very huge productivity. Is it right?
No, sir. This is just what would be the quantity if the entire field was blue, for example. If this entire field was dark blue, this would have been the quantity. This is a 4-hectare field, for example.
So it can be shown as it is a genetical potential of that variety that it can give 182 quintals per hectare.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, this is if the entire field had this sort of vegetation growth in the entire field of 4 hectares, that would have been the yield. But that's not the case. As you can see, that's very different across the different areas of the field. What we're trying to show is so that firstly is, number one, we're able to do this at a field level. Secondly, we're able to show is that the crop cutting experiment takes one portion of the field. Which can sometimes also lead to inaccuracies in calibration. Actually, so we have a video which is not starting.
It is very huge, it is very unproportional. I want to say that this is the point. Because we are dealing with this, now the wheat productivity is almost 35 to 40 quintals per hectare. It can go up to 100 and 120, but 182 it is quite high. That's why it can also deviate from the reality. That is the point.
Yes, sir. It varies. It varies over a period of time, but usually, so this quantity will remain stable. It's just for this part of the field. Maybe they've done something different over here. Maybe they had ideal nutrition.
So what was the actual yield for the field as a whole? You have not mentioned that.
Unfortunately, so there's a video which actually shows this entire thing, but I'll tell you based on memory. The yield for the entire field in this case, I think was about 90 quintals. 90, 95 quintals, something like that.
Were you part of...
This was the total period of time.
Were you part of the pilot studies that were done, and whether has anybody independently verified your results?
Yes, sir. We've been verified with IIT Roorkee, Indian Institute of Sciences, Asian Development Bank, and European Commission. So with regards to wheat, sir, we finally, after 7-8 months, we got to a 95% accuracy in terms of the yield prediction.
What about soybean and rice, paddy? What is that?
So rice also extremely high, over 95% accuracy. Soybean we had 90% accuracy, slightly lower, but that's also something where the calibration and of the harvest indice helps in this case.
Have you worked with MNCFC on this?
Sorry, sir?
MNCFC.
Yes, sir.
Have you worked with them on this?
Yes, sir. Actually, we presented to Dr. Bandyopadhyay as well, and he critiqued us on our procedures and everything, sir. With regards to this, we've just started as a startup. We've just started approaching all the institutions in terms of getting ourselves empaneled in that aspect.
So it's because of the resolution that you're taking that there is a difference from YESTECH, or why would you say you are better than YESTECH?
So I don't know about better, so but because YESTECH's manual is to do it at a district level. Our mandate was to do it at a field level because we started as a crop advisory to farmers. So where we score, I'll just take you to that slide as well. Firstly, sir, we are able to do, yes, starting with higher resolution, we're using 3-meter imagery, we're using higher resolution weather, we're using 10-meter thermal imagery. That's number one. Second thing, so we're taking a multimodal approach. We're taking combination of optical, SAR, thermal, which gives us sort of 3 views with regards to the crop growth. Now another thing, sir, which we in terms of what we benefit in, one second, I'll just take you, yeah. Another thing, so in terms of what we benefit in terms of enhancement is data processing. So let's say we are taking a thermodynamics model to calculate this out back here. In this, so there's some level of deep learning required to calculate certain parameters to understand the heat fluxes. So I'll just show you, yeah. To calculate some of these heat fluxes, you require deep learning to understand the the heat which is given off from the soil moisture, from the soil, for example. So those are some specialized proprietary algorithms which helps us get a different degree of accuracy. Another thing, so our thermodynamics model which we have at a field level, we're able to circumvent many of the convection forces and other thermodynamic forces which would actually ruin the calculation for other models. So there we have certain specializations which allows us to be accurate at a field level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else, anyone? All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Really kind of you. Thank you.
Shri Bhavik Merchant, thank you so much for so patiently taking us through that session there. We now move into another very interesting panel discussion. This one is on bridging the protection gap in agriculture insurance, saturation of KCC and PM-KISAN beneficiary farmers under the PMFBY, the experience as well as the way forward. And to moderate this session, we'd like to call our National Program Director at the Central Project Management Unit, Mr. Ajay K. Singh, who is a seasoned development, finance and risk management professional with over 17 years of experience across development finance, risk transfer, policy advocacy and insurance-led rural development. Mr. Ajay K. Singh, we have quite an intrigued set of audience here, so please take us through a very interesting panel discussion, which we're very sure you will. Over to you.
Thank you, Pooja. Good morning to all. So, this is the last panel discussion of the conference. We had a lot of learning and a lot of co-learning across previous 4 panel discussions, very interesting discussions. We have been hearing about saturation and providing risk coverage to the farmers of the country and give a comprehensive risk protection to the farmers. So in this series of discussions, so another discussion point is about how do we saturate the already available database of KCC farmers and the PM-KISAN farmers, as we have learned from Dr. Ashish Bhutani earlier as well. So I'm calling upon the distinguished panel of panelists of this panel, starting with Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani, who is Secretary Cooperation. He need not any discussion, any introductions. Colloquially, he is for us the founding father of the scheme. Under his stewardship, the scheme was introduced in the country in 2016. Now I call upon Shri Rajan Vishal, who is Secretary Agriculture and Horticulture, Government of Rajasthan. I call upon stage Ms. Mandakini Balodi, who is Director Insurance, Department of Financial Services, Government of India. Shri Rajesh K. Mahana, General Manager, Reserve Bank of India, Headquarters, Mumbai. Shri Nagesh K. Anumala, General Manager, NABARD, Mumbai. Shri Arshadul Islam, DGM Crop Loans, State Bank of India. And Shri D.D. Dange, DGM AIC of India. Can I have a presentation up, please? Thank you. So, just a context setting what discussions we are going into. So, basically we know that the overall farmer base of the country, including the sharecroppers and tenant farmers, is something around 14 crores. But then the identified database of farmers, which we have the bigger database, is PM-KISAN, which is around 10 crores. Little above 10 crores. And we have the second database, which is the KCC account holders being funded by the banking sector of the country, which is around 6 crores, operative KCC and crop loans. And then PMFBY has a little above 4 crores farmers getting insured for last 2 years. So these databases are not exactly the subsets. There are overlapping across the circles, but is the larger target area for us, or the larger universe for us, is PM-KISAN and KCC holders. So basically, idea here of this panel discussion is how do we find mechanisms and means and ways to saturate at least the available databases of PM-KISAN and KCC under the scheme and provide help a comprehensive risk protection to the farmers of the country. So as Dr. Bhutani also mentioned earlier in his speech that roughly around 62% of the total KCCs belongs to Cooperative and RRB, and staggering 43% comes from Cooperative alone. So there is a huge lot of opportunity and potential which needs to be catered to and tapped on to provide and identify the farmers who need risk protection and help them in insuring their crops. In the last year, 2024-25, we run a saturation campaign for coverage of KCC loanee farmers under PMFBY during Kharif 24 and Rabi 24. So the results are not very encouraging. Even after the comprehensive saturation campaign for covering farmers, KCC farmers under the scheme, 72% of the KCC farmers are still out of the coverage of PMFBY. So that means entire banking system is only able to cater to or provide coverage to 28% of the total KCC loans being sanctioned by the banks. Rabi is little, not very encouraging as well. 84% of the farmers who have been given loans for Rabi crops are still out of the provision of the PMFBY scheme. This is one staggering situation of saturations across the country. Kharif, we have little better picture in terms of Rajasthan, MP, Maharashtra, Odisha and Chhattisgarh having at least 40%, 40 to 50% of the KCC farmers being covered under the PMFBY. But Rabi, it's very, very discouraging as of now. Most of the states are in red, apart from MP, which roughly around 50% of the farmers are still covered under the scheme. So basis thereby, after running a comprehensive saturation campaign for 1 year, the saturation as it was envisaged has not reached its level. So there is lot to go, lot to walk on this account. So I think now with this context setting, I'll start my moderation with maybe the first question to Dr. Ashish K. Bhutani. Sir, since you have been now, earlier you have been the CEO of PMFBY and under your stewardship the scheme was launched, and now Secretary Cooperation, Ministry of Cooperation, Government of India. In your speech, you mentioned about the challenges which cooperative sector faces, and you also mentioned about the overloaded banking structure, at least the cooperative and RRB structure, and then the initiative of Government of India for digitization and computerization of the PACs. With this background, sir, since we know it's a dormant potential which we are not able to leverage as of now for increasing the farmer coverage, what do you think the PACs and three-tier structure of cooperative banking system has for agriculture support and credit? What do you think could be a larger role for these cooperative sectors in terms of capacity building, wherein they can play an important role in convergence and increasing the footprint of the scheme and expand the coverage of farmers across the country?
Most of the points I have already mentioned in my speech earlier today. The point I am making here is that somehow, as I said earlier, the cooperatives don't have resources to lend. Okay. Now that is a reason why they are underloaning the farmer, and the cooperative, if you see the data which was shown by you a while ago, the commercial banks are heavily overloaning the farmer, but the number of KCC percentage of total number is who are covered under Fasal Bima is very small. Okay. So it clearly brings out the fact that there are two issues which have to be addressed. multiple accounts of beneficiaries. Now that, I think with the RIN portal in place, this should be taken care of. In fact, I was talking to the RIN portal team about 15 days back. They tell me that they find many instances where a farmer has 3 accounts in a commercial bank, a RRB and a cooperative bank. Now, in most of the cases in cooperative banks, farmers were not giving Aadhaar cards. Because they had already given Aadhaar cards for commercial banks. And they knew as soon as they give Aadhaar card, they will be identified and thrown out of the system. But with the axe hanging on the heads of cooperative banks because of inability to access interest subvention if they don't give the entire data, including Aadhaar numbers of their beneficiaries, they were forced to take these Aadhaar numbers. And then we see huge number of farmers who have, I would say, taken multiple accounts, have multiple accounts in various banks. That is one part of the story. Second part of the story is we have a PM-KISAN clean database of 10 crores plus farmers who are landowners, who have been Aadhaar verified, eKYC done, and Aadhaar-based payment is happening into the accounts through the PM-KISAN scheme. Now, with the universe, if we take universe as 10.4 crores, then there are number of farmers who do not have KCC. Now, we have, in fact, on one hand, we have duplicacy, huge duplicacy. On the other hand, numbers are too small vis-a-vis the clean universe of PM-KISAN. So, clearly, it is brought out that there is a hesitation on the part of banks to issue KCC to these farmers. If you see, ministry ran a program for a long time, for 2 years plus, perhaps more than that. We devised a single page format for PM-KISAN beneficiaries to be onboarded under KCC. Now, because all data had already been taken, now once I think there's need for all these databases to talk to each other. And automatic issue of KCC could be one way of moving forward. All PM-KISAN beneficiaries, unless banks raise a red flag, should be automatically given KCC. Now, this will bring all of, and as I said earlier, if you immediately ensure mandatory coverage, unless they opt out, all are under your, that is an easier way of doing that. But banker friends may be able to throw more light on this. Why are they hesitant to issue KCC to them, number one? And also, on the other hand, not cover these farmers under PMFBY under mandatory coverage. They have to come on board clean on this, because we were under the impression they wanted the scheme for loan insurance. And now I am understand that they don't want that. So they have to come clean on this. And the second part, Ritesh is sitting with me here. He initiated that PM RIN portal. Finally, he started it. Why did banks not start this portal? This scheme was with the Ministry of Finance for donkey years. On 51st April 2015, this scheme was transferred from DFS to Ministry of Agriculture. Why was such a portal when there was and total opacity of data? Data comes after 6 months to 1 year, and that also is not reliable. Why could we not set up such a system in place where huge amount of money was being, I would say, given as part of interest subvention? Nearly 25 to 30,000 crores are going under interest subvention scheme. But that we never had, in spite of best of effort, we could not get data for years. That was ministry was forced to put this RIN portal in place. So let us talk frankly and come clean on this. I think that is the only way forward to sort this out. Cooperative banks are culprits like other banks, but they are smaller culprits in the sense we earlier had opacity of information, which now I'm trying to address. Okay, so they should come on board, but on their side, 43% cases are with the cooperative banks. Although the quantum of loan is only 15% of short-term loan. All loans combined is about 10%, but short-term is 15%. So there's need for all of us to sit together and not worry about PSL shortfall or buying PSL certificates. Now, banks are in a hurry to reduce their PSL shortfall, and gold loan was a very classic case. Most of you are aware what is happening in southern states of Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra, Telangana, etc., where any person who comes to the bank and pawns gold was converted, made a farmer given an agri loan. 17% of the country's your gross cropped area is in these 4 states. 17%. Total loan amount is 42%. Now, how do you justify that? States like Maharashtra and Gujarat, were below the gross cropped area giving loan wise. How come that was happening? Are they not as prosperous as these states? So something somewhere is amiss. Bankers are trying to, I would say, it's important. I would not point fingers. Let us come clean on this. Unless all of us are united in purpose and I would say our goals are same, we'll keep on having this silo systems and we'll not be able to address this issue, which we have been unable to do for such a long time. I would say with today NCIP being there, as I said earlier, your RIN portal being in place, agri-stack formation about to complete in a year's time, I think right time to address these issues. And I'm sure a lot of coverage will happen automatically. If we cover every PM-KISAN beneficiary with the KCC, unless bank raises a red flag that he cannot be given loan for ABCD purpose, clear-cut reason. If we have and make the scheme mandatory for all the people unless they opt out of it. Right. Everybody who gets into KCC is mandatorily in unless he opts out. So we have a good number coming in and strengthen your IC much more to ensure universal coverage scheme. And as I said earlier, states also have to come on board. No, I would say vacillation from ₹1 to opt out of the entire scheme itself. Beech mein chaliye, अच्छे से chaliye, and I would say that ensure that you do not go for a system where you end up having huge losses in your own pocket. Some states have burnt their pockets very badly in the scheme because short term, take a long term position, as I said. Then the scheme stabilizes. Now we have, I would say, the Ministry of Agriculture have been very flexible for so many years. We have been quick to make changes in the scheme to address issues of the states. 80-110, 60-180 came because states wanted it. We were, in fact, in spite of our reluctance, we went ahead with these models to just give a comfort to states. But that cannot become a norm. Tomorrow you decide 80-110, I burn my pocket, I have a liability of 2,500 crores, I want to opt out. Please erase that year from my system. I don't want to name the state. Erase that system. Let's forget that happened, that year happened. So you have to have a stable outlook. States, Government of India, all these issues, banks have to settle, all these portals already in place have to talk, and we have a good chance of making it universal in the right way which we want. That is the point I want to make.
Thank you, sir. Very insightful inputs about stability of approach of adopting models and mechanisms to implement schemes, and I think the challenges and missing links in the banking sector to reach up to the comprehensive protection of the farmers. Now, taking cue from this discussion, ma'am, I'm coming to you, you being part of the Ministry of Finance. What do you suggest could be the possible interventions, including maybe the administrative interventions at ministry level itself, to ensure that the coverage of farmers in upcoming season at least increases and there is an active participation and collaborative approach between the stakeholders, between the banks, and specifically all types of banks, commercial banks, cooperative, and RRBs?
So we have discussed yesterday as well as this morning. Dr. Bhutani has also pointed out certain gaps that need to be plugged in. One clear way of doing that would be making the opt-out difficult. Difficult in the sense, I see it more as an operational issue. So probably waiting for 24 hours or 48 hours, asking for an opt-out through an SMS or something, so that the farmer has the time to think before he's opting out. One small operational intervention. So the banks are very clearly onboarded. The priority sector lending norms are in place. We have the entire ecosystem which is required. Maybe a little tweaking in terms of operation matters would help. That is one intervention that I see. Another is, maybe there could be more collaboration amongst these stakeholders, a more interactive approach amongst these stakeholders. Third thing that I can think from the bank's perspective, sometimes there is, I would not say unwillingness, but not a very keenness towards agricultural credit. So usually the banks and the insurance ecosystem, they support each other. I would recommend credit insurance for agriculture credit book for the bankers. These are the three interventions that I would say could be thought of.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Very valid point. I think the opt-out, maybe you hinted towards making it a digital process rather than a manual process of opting out. That is very insightful suggestions. now coming to Shri Rajan Vishal, so you being at handling the state affairs and being the Secretary Agriculture and Horticulture, so in last year 24-25 during the saturation campaign, we observed that the saturation for the state entirely was around 30%. And interestingly, RRBs and scheduled commercial banks did reach to around 50 to 60% of saturations, but cooperatives were left behind around at 12%. Contrary to the fact that the cooperatives hold the maximum number of KCC accounts, including the crop loan accounts. With this background, sir, what do you think could be the strategies and actions adopted by the states and UTs to collaborate with banks, SLBCs, to ensure that the maximum number of farmers are covered under the scheme? And if there could be a specific role to play by SLBCs, banks and insurance company together or separately to make this process of covering the larger farmers under the crop insurance successes?
So thanks for that question, Ajay. I'll start with sharing the statistics for Rajasthan, which are quite different from the statistics which you shared for the country as a whole. So our largest set is KCC accounts, which is 110 lakh. Then comes PM-KISAN Nidhi, which is 72 lakhs. And if you talk about Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, in Kharif we covered 40 lakh farmers. In Rabi, we covered 30 lakh farmers, and we issued 1.54 crore policies in Rabi, which is almost 28% of the entire country. So, having said that, you alluded to the low coverage of the cooperative sector. So, I think Bhutani sir has already covered it. Multiple accounts in PSU bank also, in scheduled commercial bank also, in cooperative also, and lower ticket size of the loan. So, the farmer doesn't want to involve in the insurance framework from the cooperative sector. So if at all he wants to do it from the scheduled commercial bank, which has given him a bigger loan size, the bigger ticket size. That is one. And of course, the solution is leveraging the technology, deduplicating these three databases and finding the unique number of farmers which are not covered under the insurance. I think the data which we are talking about, they are not 100% accurate because we do not have the deduplicated set of the unique farmers who are left uncovered under the ambit of insurance. So that is one. Second, there is intra-state variations in Rajasthan. For example, Hanumangarh, 80% of my GCA is covered against Karoli Dholpur, 6%. And when I dived deep into it, I found that the KCC of these eastern districts of Rajasthan, most of them are inactive. They are default accounts, OD accounts. So the risk factor in the western part of the state, the desert district, is high. So the farmers are more inclined to go for insurance. The risk for the eastern part of the state is less so. Farmers are themselves also less inclined to go for insurance. So these intra-state variations also have to be addressed by holding, village level camps just before the insurance enrollment begins. Then comes the capacity issues of the PACs. The PACs manager is the 15-20 days window which he gets to punch in the data on the PMFBY portal, NCIP portal. He doesn't have the wherewithal or the resources to do that. Then comes the indifference part. And I'll be candid in sharing here, sir. There are districts like Bharatpur and Dholpur where I've observed that PACs and CCBs have taken resolution that hame insurance nahi lena hai. And the reason they say is too little and too late. तो कहते हैं कि हमें कुछ मिलता तो है नहीं, इसको लेके क्या फायदा है? So they have explicitly taken resolutions also. So this brings us to the larger issue, the overarching issues of, improving the claim settlement, boosting the confidence and trust of the people into this entire gamut. We are talking of universalization of crop insurance. 40% of my GCA, I pay 5,000 crores per year. Rajasthan. If I take it to 80% of GCA, I'll have to shell out 10,000 crores. Is there political palatability? Is there fiscal space? So those issues also have to be, I think, looked into. What is the way out? Of course, Bhutani sir has already alluded to it. Making it auto-enrollment, linking KRP and NCIP. And since the auto-enrollment and the issue, we also discussed with Muktanand CEO Saab, since the auto-enrollment happens at the beginning of the crop season, it can be validated by DCS, which happens after 2 to 3 months. But then the issue will come of the risk coverage. The policy has already been issued against, say, groundnut, but I have sown mustard. So the insurance cover can be reduced to equivalent to the mustard. That can be one of the solutions. Because the farmer didn't inform the bank in time, so we can place that, premium on the farmer that you will have to pay for that. Opt-out, of course, has already been talked about, digital OTP vis-a-vis physical. IEC, of course, has to be upgraded, and this time we are trying to involve FPOs, SHGs, in addition to the 3-tier cooperative system. Skill development for cooperative sector banks also, we are planning to do that, because there I see a lot of gap. Then, sir, we can also think about incentivizing, topping up the incentive to the cooperative people. That 2.5% is not incentivizing enough for them to enroll. Then SLBC, many of us have attended SLBC meetings. I think this is one of the many issues, but a dedicated task force of bankers, of insurers, of agriculture department officers, of cooperative department officers needs to be made, so that this task force reviews the things periodically. Then dashboards or the saturation graphs of the district-wise banks should be made. KCC, PMFBY. What is the gap? And that dashboard, that saturation graph should be monitored regularly in this portal, this task force. And the best performing banks who are the first to bridge this gap, they should be honored in an institutional manner on SLBC platform or wherever, just to create a nudge and incentive for them to do better. So these are some thoughts from my side. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Very insightful suggestions ranging from digital portal integrations to incentivization to capacity building, skill developments, and obviously acknowledgement of the best performing banks. Now taking cue from the previous discussions, now I'm coming to Shri Rajesh Mahanaji, to you. You being with RBI and RBI working as a regulator to ensure that the agriculture credit flow happens smoothly to the farmers through the banking system of the country, what do you think are the primary hurdles or challenges for the banks in achieving widespread saturation of at least KCC farmers to start with, and then move ahead with the PM-KISAN saturation? Till now basis, whatever has been learned during last 3-4 years, is more specifically in the last year when a specific saturation campaign was being running across the country.
Thank you. Before coming to this question of challenges faced by the banks, first I would like to mention that RBI intervention happens in 2 ways, direct and indirect intervention. Direct intervention is through policy. Already agriculture is included in the PSL instructions. Small and marginal farmers as a target are also included in the PSL circulars. Circular also has mandated certain targets for the banks, so that they are anyway, they have to achieve the targets. And that is also being closely monitored by RBI as well as state level bankers committee as well as district level DCCs. So that goes without saying. Now coming back to the challenges faced by the banks as far as saturation is concerned, we have interacted with the banks as well as some farmers also. What we gathered, there is certain level of ignorance among the farmers. I'll come to the farmer, then I'll come to the banks. So some farmers are not aware of the scheme. Some of them, they are aware of the scheme, but not aware of the benefits of the scheme or the compensation of the schemes. Third, some farmers are aware of the compensation or the calculation of compensation or the quantum of compensation, but they are not able to appreciate the risk, the policy as a risk mitigation mechanism for them. Because we have seen, as my co-panelist has mentioned, we have seen interstate variation in the behavioral pattern. Within the state, there is a behavioral pattern difference. Within the district also, there is a behavioral pattern that we have observed. So what I believe that one size fits all may not work. So since we have created this district forum, which is chaired by district collectors, they should have a look at this in their own districts. What is the difference inter-district comparison they can do? If the neighboring district is performing well as far as this inclusion is concerned or saturation is concerned, why my district is not performing? And within my district also, whether one part is performing, another part is not performing, we have a block level committee also for that. So block level committee also is generating a lot of data. So that also can be analyzed because it's a local solution. We cannot try to find a global solution to local problem. So first we should try to find the local problem. What exactly local problem in that, suppose Western UP he has mentioned. In AP also we have seen that, I am from AP. So we have observed that kind of behavioral pattern also, difference in behavioral pattern, divergent views among the farmers. And then coming back to the bankers also, what are the challenges they are facing? What I gathered from them, this is one of the opt-out which has come into place during last few years. I agree with Bhutani sir's suggestions. Compulsorily opt-in, opt-out should be some validation, with some OTP mechanism, opt-out should be. So then we'll know that farmer is deliberately opting out, otherwise opting in. So the validation is done from the farmer side. So that can be thought of instead of bank triggering, because there is some this thing that banks are pushing for opt-out or banks are deliberately asking the farmers to opt out. So this can be tackled if the farmer triggers that opting out and through a digital method, as madam has mentioned, through some OTP. So that can be thought of. And how to improve that, yesterday also I was, Union Secretary was mentioning, whether we can leverage through the network of SAG women or Pasu Sakshi, whether we can leverage on their network. So what I'll prefer here, my suggestion would be, we have business correspondent models are already there. It's already working. The workforce is already working. They're all fully aware of the ground reality. They are fully aware of the banking schemes. So whether we can leverage on them. Some incentive can be developed and that incentive can be routed to the banks and then it can be given to the business correspondent. So they will also be encouraged to, because it will supplement their income. So they also will be encouraged to bring more and more people into this field, more and more farmers into this field, more particularly those who are opting out. So that also can be thought of as far as leveraging on the network is concerned.
Thank you, Rajesh ji, for your comments. Now, coming to Nagesh ji, about, you know that NABARD was to play a monitoring and execution role for the saturation campaign which the ministry ran for last year during Kharif and Rabi season. And the performance, you have already seen the numbers. So now, basis this as a background, how do you see the role of NABARD in achieving the desired outcome? And how could the three-tier structure of cooperative banks and RRBs be leveraged? We know that there is a dormant potential lying there to ensure that the coverage of farmers increases.
Thank you, Ajay ji, for posing this question to me. In 2016, when PM-FBY was launched, I recall my memories. During those days, I was posted as a district development manager of NABARD for Kurnool district, Andhra Pradesh. So that time I was actively involved in creating awareness regarding PM-FBY among the bankers in various forums. In the DCC meetings, we were reviewing the PM-FBY coverage, and also in the BLBC meetings, we were creating awareness and also reviewing the implementation of PM-FBY scheme. And in various other forms where farmers were present, like farmers clubs, FPOs, and in other waterside development projects, tribal development projects where NABARD is involved. We're creating awareness among the farmers in financial literacy campaigns, the importance of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, and in the state level also, this is across the districts, all the DDMs in all the districts, NABARD, they were creating this awareness and they were monitoring and during various forums. And in state level, the regional offices of NABARD, in association with the SLBC, they were monitoring this implementation of this project in various forms and with the coordination with the state level agriculture department. And during the last campaign, Gargar PMFBY Abhiyan, also we have monitored the implementation of this project. So NABARD as a facilitating agency for this entire ecosystem. So we are creating an environment where how this can be not only PMFBY and other financial inclusion, how the farmers and the rural areas other can be included. So coming to these rural financial institutions, that RRBs and rural cooperative banks, as Dr. Bhutani sir has already told, and we are also seeing the figures, 62% of the KCC accounts are with RRBs and cooperative banks. Naturally, they are very close to farmers. They are at the grassroots level. And farmers are very comfortable with the packs, both in the two-tier structure and three-tier structure. At the grassroots level, packs, they play an important role. But as Dr. Bhutani sir has already explained, the weakness and strength. The strength is they are very near to the farmers. They have a trust. Farmers have a trust in packs. And they are providing lots of other services apart from the credit. But the weakness is they are both RRBs and cooperative bank, they are laggards in adoption of technology if we compare with commercial banks. Now with the centrally sponsored computerization of packs, NABARD is also implementing this project. So once the packs are onboarded, all packs are onboarded and they are can provide tech-savvy services, then we can think of this covering more number of KCC holders with PMFBY. That gap can be, we can reduce the gap.
Thank you, Nageshji, for your comments. I think this comes to the technology infusion in the cooperative and RRBs, especially more specifically cooperatives, which will turn around the story about. And now coming to Arshadul Islam, DGM, State Bank of India, you know that SBI is the largest bank of the country and providing, also largest in providing agriculture loans to the farmers. During the saturation campaign which we ran last year, so SBI was around 20% of the accounts getting saturated under PMFBY, and the same story goes to other public sector banks. Keeping in view the crucial role public sector banks plays in terms of your own setup and the setup of RRBs which are promoted by the public sector banks, what ways can banking institutions like yours take to increase the participation of participation in the national programs like PMFBY more eagerly and more actively to ensure that all willing and eligible farmers of KCC loans are provided coverage under the scheme itself?
Good afternoon, Ajayji. Thank you for inviting me as a panel, and good afternoon all panelists. Really, State Bank of India, the largest lender, has this responsibility to be ahead from all the public sector banks, especially in the agriculture lending. Almost 14,000, more than 14,000 branches of State Bank of India are the rural or RUSU branches, we should call them, where we are doing the financing of our KCC, agriculture financing. And State Bank of India itself is having more than 72 lakh KCC accounts. And out of those 72 lakh KCC accounts, we are having 55 lakh accounts who are standard accounts as on date, who are not NPA. And rightly you have said that why this topic is very good, that there is the gap. At least, especially as a banker, we should say that banker itself is very much interested that all the KCC account holders should be covered under Prime Minister Fasal Bima Yojana. Because we are the lenders, we are giving the money to this. When he is suffering from some loss or something, and it directly impacts the lender, and which is quite evident. And that this, why there is the coverage, less coverage as compared to our total lending. There are so many issues really, what Bhutani sir has rightly said and other panelists from yesterday, day before yesterday morning we are hearing. There is the gap in the MIS, there is the gap in the communication, there is the gap in the awareness, there is the gap in the follow-up. We should say just like this. And there is the gap in the importance. Up to the grassroots level, what type of, what is the importance of this thing? What is the coverage? Low downtown farmers are not aware about this thing, which has been now taken duly care by different forums at district level, at bank level, at so many agencies who are involved in this. And if we will take the figures of the last year from the Kharif, our bank was able to do the policies of more than 53 lakh policies. For the standard accounts, no doubt, we are having 55 lakh KCC accounts. There were some issues which we have, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare have immediately rectified, that the portal, that is Prime Minister Fasal Bima Yojana portal, is the right portal, but there is a lot of improvement necessary which is to be done, so that the users who have to upload the these policies, or who have to do the insurance at the bank level, or more than, there are so many agencies who are doing other than bank also, it will become easy for them. They have done a tremendous changes in it, and there is a lot of scope for this. And hopefully by this moment, we may be able, and we are sure that we will do 100%, at least being the lenders, the loanee, we will cover 100% loanee farmers in the coming years. That is just sure. As a banker at the headquarter level, what we have taken so many initiatives regarding the financing to the KCC. It is the top priority of our bank, I should say, because I am the head of the crop loan insurance, crop loan department in the corporate center. It is our top priority, and KCC is the prime. We are having 75 lakh and more than 1 trillion financing under this. And we have made some initiatives on the technology level at our bank level also. There are STP journeys, frictionless, that KCC is being given to the farmer up to 1.6 without any documentation and anything. He has only to do this thing, that he has to give the consent in the SMS. Automatically 1,60,000 is being credited to his account. And it is being analyzed at the technology level, that now it has, without collateral, has been increased up to 2 lakh, and bank is working on that it should be also increased up to 2 lakh. The journey should be so easy for the farmer that he has not to come out from his farm or from his house. That is our top priority. And definitely the progress in the last year, but up in the Kharif it was a good. And in the Rabi also, we were able to do the policies of 52 lakh. And the premium of 122 crore. But gap is definitely there, and the technology is the only solution. Simultaneously, cooperation, technology, awareness, where we will be able to bridge that gap.
Thank you, Shadul. So now coming to Dangeji, to you, you being the important stakeholder in the entire insurance scheme implementation, being an insurer, and having been undergone the experiences while working with the banks, while working with the state governments and Government of India. Now, all these challenges have been faced in converting the KCC loanee farmers into PMFBY insured farmers. So can you brief us and maybe let us know what were the key challenges which as an insurer you have faced on the field during the saturation drives, and what do you see could be an increased role for insurance companies to play in mapping the existing left out farmers and coordinating between the farmers and the banks to ensure that all those eligible and willing farmers are covered under the program?
Good afternoon, Ajay. Actually, recent, say, saturation drive, this is just 2 seasons old. And there is no significant improvement, but some experience, what we have done is that around cut-off date, suppose take one state like Maharashtra, it was observed that just 0.2% of the eligible KCCs were getting covered. When we got into it and found that most of the farmers are getting diverted to the CSCs and getting it covered. So that is the case with some of the states like Maharashtra. But other states, that is not the scenario. There, most of the banks' feedback was that farmers have submitted opt-out form, and some of the farmers have joined through other channels. So overall progress of that compliance is low, and there is no significant improvement in the coverage because of, say, enrichment drive. And if we look at from the insurance company's perspective, what we have observed over the period, say this program was meant for loanee farmers initially. Initially, when we would talk about CCIS days, then NAIS days, loanee, non-loanee, both the things came in. And I think this is a long-standing impediment. Everybody agrees that unless we find solution to this, overall stagnation of our overall coverage levels will not increase. Now we are seeing, say, past 2 seasons, those are good seasons, means we have seen good monsoon years. But suppose this season, if you buy around, say, July, if there is a dry spell, same farmers or bankers' approach towards the coverage will increase. Because we have seen the state which covers, say, 5 lakh hectares, say for Rabi season, if suppose September, October rainfall is less, say suppose Rabi crop zone area in the state is 45 lakh hectares. This season, if it is a good season, we have seen that only 5 lakh hectare area is getting covered. When there is a dry spell around cut-off date, suddenly coverage will jump, and it has gone to the level of 90% or it has gone to the level of beyond 110%. So there is adverse selection. From insurer's point of view, we would like that continuity should be there. We like numbers coming in regularly. So pricing also, there is a challenge. So we are there to say support the system. From insurance company, we actually with the PMFBY, we have reached up to the taluka level. And even we can strengthen those networks and participate in the drive with the government, banks and insurance companies are there to support in that. But what we have seen that some of the suggestions, if we want to really increase these coverages, that when, say, what has happened in Maharashtra 2015 farmers challenge, as Vishal sir said, that some of the cooperative societies, they made the resolution against, say, covering compulsory coverage. And then later on it was challenged in the High Court of Mumbai. In 2015 only Maharashtra, this program became optional. And later on then we have made this program optional, that opt-out provision came in. But before that, I think from RBI and NABARD, there was a supervision going on. Regularly there was some quarterly reports we are getting. So I think those things we have to again increase. This subject needs to be discussed at DLCC, BLBC and SLBC at state level. So I think that will also help. And from regulator side also, that state insurance plan activity is being targeted. I think there also we can discuss this subject. Insurance companies can get actively participated in those things. So I think those areas will have to monitor. And as suggested by Bhutani sir, I think integration is must. CBS integration also, some of the banks have faced challenges. There's some glitches. 2-3 years back, the feedback was good. When CBS integration was seamlessly working. But very recently, some glitches are there. And because of that also, some banks are say shying away or maybe advising farmers to opt out, or maybe those things are also getting reported.
Thanks for bringing this issue of anti-selection and moral hazard. I think this is very, very critical issue for the insurance industry. Now, as a final comment, I'm coming back to Dr. Bhutani. We have discussed the challenges of capacities, the skills, the requirement of leveraging technology and digitization, and obviously the issues of anti-selection and moral hazard. The point which we have not touched so far is the intent which you mentioned in your earlier remark, also whether how the banks can ensure that there is an intent and there is a step towards ensuring their loan books also. So that is a very, very important aspect. I would like to also have maybe your views and the views from the regulator as well on this. But coming back to you, Dr. Bhutani, maybe your final remarks, how do we solve this mystery?
As I said in my remarks earlier, that we are at the threshold of doing that. Only thing, we have to put our brains together, ensure that we are honest, address the issues which are impacting this, achieving this objective, and I think we are good to go. Integrate all the information you already have in the databases, use that as to deduplicate, to clean up systems, to ensure that multiple beneficiaries are not there, address the constraints in the system, and find out. I agree there are many instances where farmers don't want to get insured. Okay, perhaps more intense IC activity in those areas could be focused rather than doing it generally across the country. I would say this is the right moment. We should grab the moment, and once all these activities of these high-end, I would say, digitization of data, including AgriStack, PAX computerization, your RIN portal data entry, are nearing completion. So I would say by end of this year, we should be in the position to come to a common conclusion and agreement that we have a roadmap, clear roadmap. In next 6 to 9 months' time, we should be able to achieve this in the maximum way possible. There would be some gaps here and there. Again, states also have to come on board in a big way. Some very important points were mentioned from Rajasthan regarding the issue of resources, etc., of the fiscal space states have. Again, the issue of when we envisaged the scheme, the PM-FBY nearly 9 years ago, the idea was that once we scale up, the premium rate should come down. That has not happened. So how do we address these issues? Insurance companies have to come on board, perhaps looking at, and I have also, I would say, a point for states. Could we move certain risky crops into a trust model? Something which cannot be insured. A 40% premium is not insurance, it's assurance. Let's take those crops out, those geographies and crops out, and then work on a model which is insurable. Let's look into an insurance model rather than an assurance model. So I would say, all in all, it requires a concerted effort from all of us. As I said earlier, time is right. We could crack it now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Coming to you, Rajan Vishal. So what is your final comments, and maybe if you see a role of Samiti and Atma to be playing around for creating that capacities and knowledge and awareness amongst the farmers?
So I'll be quick. Samiti, as we all know, has pan-state presence almost in every district. So this institutional network can be very well leveraged. Training facilities can be used to impart capacity building and orientation to SLBC, DLBC and BLBC members in the Samiti offices at the district level. Then Kisan Mela, Kisan Goshti, Chopal, Gyandhara, these all outdoor and IEC measures which we normally keep on doing in the states. I plan to include insurance literacy as a compulsory component in all these trainings, which are very broad-based trainings to the farmers. We have Kisan Mitras, around 12,000 of them, which were engaged in National Food Security Mission. So we can leverage their presence at the grassroots also to be the brand ambassadors of crop insurance. Then we have agri-extension workers, we have agriculture supervisors in every village. Maybe, sir, we can think of bringing in a token incentive model for these agri-extension workers who have a presence in every village so that they are in close and direct contact with the farmers. They can motivate and nudge the farmers to go for the crop insurance. Village-wise enrollment camps should be organized, particularly before the enrollment season and in the districts which have very low penetration. And most importantly, Samitis and Atma's field presence can be used to collect feedback on the enrollment process and the grievance redressal, and it can be used to relay it to the DLMC or SLBC for swift action. So this feedback channel from the field is there, but it is there with lag. So Atma's presence can be used as an effective feedback channel. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Coming to Rajanji, Rajeshji, you, a final quick remark on, since taking cue from the previous speaker about financial literacy and leveraging the FLCs, which banking sector already have built for financial literacy. So how do you see, how do we leverage the FLCs for creating the awareness?
See, we already have Center for Financial Literacy presence in each and every block of the country. That is entirely funded by RBI. So the contents are pushed by us, and we have a sponsor bank concept. In between sponsor banks are there. Those CFLs are run by NGOs. So it's going on smoothly. Purely the job is to impart financial literacy in their target area. So what I'm suggesting, if some frequently asked questions can be prepared by PMFBY in local language, so those contents can be pushed through the sponsor bank to those CFL, they are going to cover. Life insurance, micro life insurance, they are going to cover, they are covering also. The PMFBY also, if there is any mental block by the farmers, or they are not able to appreciate the benefits of the scheme, so that in a very simple language it can be prepared and given to the sponsor bank. So we'll ensure that they cover those things also in their camps. So they have specific camps are there, which is very clearly monitored by RBI before making any payment. So we are ready to support that in that endeavor, but the content has to be prepared by PMFBY and then circulated through the sponsor bank. So that can be done. And FL centers are also there, that is run by the concerned banks. So that also can be leveraged upon. So these two things which are already existing network is happening. So without much investment, this can be immediately tapped on.
Thank you. Thank you. Coming to you, Nageshji, for your final comments. So we have learnt about the intent, the banks are intending to cover the KCC farmers at least, but then there's the challenges, technical, digital, and capacity challenges. What do you see? What could be the strategies? Maybe digital is not happening for immediately for next upcoming season and maybe upcoming 1 year. A quick remark on how do you strategize to ensure that at least the larger participation of banks and branches are there?
Yeah. So yesterday when Honorable Secretary Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare has pointed out that farmers are going for the crop where the scale of finance is higher. So the crop insured and the crop actually cultivated is different. And in some cases, like in PACs, they are availing KCC loan from PACs, but they have accounts with commercial banks because commercial banks are savings accounts. They have a better services. And there is a chance that they may be opting out from the KCC loan accounts, but they may be availing this PMFBY coverage from commercial banks. So data integration of all these portals, PMFBY, KRP, all this data integration is very important so that we can drill down what is exactly happening, and then we can drill down to the extent at the Gram Panchayati level, at which are the branches where there is a gap. Then we can have a targeted approach, a targeted campaign to increase the gap.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the interesting remarks and comments and very enlightening action points for us. So, yes, we can have a question, sir.
Thank you for the august panel for their observations. I had a small observation, sir. As you rightly pointed out, when we started with the Krishi Rin portal journey, it was estimated that there would be some duplication. But the preliminary numbers are suggesting that the duplication or non-receipt of data is in more than 1 crore. The accounts have not even turned up. So one, I would like to flag this with DFS and the banks and NABARD and RBI, that we have already for the last 20 years or so paid nearly 20,000 crores on number of KCC accounts projected to us by RBI and NABARD after collection in the banking ecosystem. So which was 7.4 crores or something at last count. But now 2 seasons or 2 years we have settled and released MISS money completely. And yet the number of accounts that we have currently verified and received is around 6 crores. So there is a big missing of 1.4 crore accounts. So whether DFS would like to take a call on the money that was released before these years, and whether RBI and NABARD would like to see what has happened to that. And if at all there is, I think NABARD runs a portal there's a portal which is called Sure, something Sure. What is it? There's some kind of portal where the...
AgriSure.
Not AgriSure. Some portal where the banks collate their data of KCC and other lending. Ensure portal. So would you, and we tried to get the Ensure portal access directly, but we were sort of unable to do it. So would you be now willing to at least see the past data of what the bank reflected in the Ensure portal, and finally what they have reflected in the Krishi Rin portal, which is now Aadhaar authenticated? I don't know, maybe DFS could take a call on how do we go about the past money that has already been released. So just flagging that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think now, because of paucity of time, this interesting discussion would have to be paused.
Yeah. Sir, regarding that Insure portal, actually we are in dialogue with the Ministry of Agriculture and other ministries, that AgriStack. So the Insure portal and other data, whatever is there with NABARD, that will be integrated with the AgriStack, so that AgriStack will be useful for all stakeholders in future. So this is in pipelines.
I want to say something. In spite of the concerted efforts of all stakeholders, there is a question about something called persistency, anti-selection, hazard, moral hazard, and all other things. There is a need to increase value proposition for all the participants in PMFBY, be it bankers, insurers, or the farmers. We could look at certain kind of a discount in the premium for the farmer if he continues to insure season after season, year after year, so that you would have a bigger pool. There's consistent insurance by the farmer. The bankers, the insurance companies are certain of their results, one. Second is there is greater need for the ground level propagation of the idea the PMFBY offers to the farmers. So the questions about how useful is this scheme going to be, how much is the benefit that I might get, whether there is incentive in taking this scheme. Success stories need to be propagated to each Gram Panchayat level to the farmers. These are the two suggestions that I have to make for
maybe improvement in the scheme or better uptake amongst all stakeholders.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for valuable suggestion. I think now we can close the discussion, and I thank the August panel here for being part of the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. We request our moderator, Mr. Ajay Singh, to please stay on stage. We'd also request Kamna ma'am to please join him as we now head to the town hall as we promised yesterday. But before that, there's also an announcement that I need to make. This one is a gentle reminder. Please do check out of your hotel rooms by 12:30 p.m. The hotel is running on full capacity. We need to hand over the rooms as per the schedule, and please don't flood this platform, the groups, with any queries. You have any concern or assistance related to checkout, please connect separately with Pallavi madam or the hotel authorities. And Kamna ma'am, over to you. Ajay sir, please stay on stage. We request Mr. Ajay Singh and Kamna ma'am to please come over.
Downstage.
Down, all right, perfect. Let's make it more connected, more interactive, and this one is for interactions with the state government and insurance companies. All the participants on the key interventions, the challenges, as well as the way forward.
So, good afternoon. So this town hall session is about asking questions with each other. From the audiences, anybody who wants to put up a question to anybody else, may please raise their hands and also name that to whom the question is being put up. So we'll start, sir.
Good morning.
Yes.
Shall I get up and?
No, sir, so you can introduce yourself so that the person who is to answer also knows about you. Yes.
Good morning. I am Murugesh. I belong to 2012 batch. IAS. I am Director of Agriculture currently in Tamil Nadu. Just yesterday, as I said, I want a few questions to be answered. PM-FBY has traveled long way from its inception, and now we are in 2025. So during the inception, we were very much concerned about the onboarding of the insurance companies. So a lot of changes have happened, and we have onboarded the insurance companies by sharing the risks with the state government, central government, and the insurance companies. So now it is time to revisit the model of enrolling the farmers. So enroll the farmers, even in spite of lot of IEC activities and awareness, still farmers are not being enrolled as we have thought. Because even now we were talking about the KCC farmers to be enrolled. The main thing is, as Sir said, Secretary said, the awareness is missing. So awareness is there, but the reluctant among the farmers is there. So what is the reason for reluctance? Are we addressing the issue of reluctance of the farmers, or anything to be revisited in the calculation which can be lucrative or which is acceptable to the farmers to get enrolled in the PM-FBY scheme? Have we got any answers to that, or any suggestions or any changes to be made in the forthcoming years? Because in Tamil Nadu, for example, as I said in the discussion itself, the threshold yield has to be revisited. In 2016, 17, 18, the actual yield was so low, and farmers started getting the compensation more. And that particular year, actual yield has become the threshold yield for the current this year, because we are taking the best of the seven out of 7 years.
Sir, we'll be brief. I think your question is to the ministry itself. So I would like to just, so you would like to take up this question? Sir, I would just like to answer this question.
Sir, my question is, sir, whether we are going to revisit the guidelines of PM-FBY so that the more number of farmers are enrolled or made to enroll in the PM-FBY scheme. Because now farmers are very reluctant to enroll because of the guidelines and the methodology of calculation of the threshold yield. Because out of 100 farmers, only 30 farmers are getting, 30% are being enrolled. That is, in thumb rule, out of 100 farmers, only 25 to 30 farmers are getting enrolled. If I enroll, if I do more IEC activity and ask them to enroll, at 200 farmers is getting enrolled, only 50 to 60 will be getting the compensation. Others are left over. So without getting any compensation, we cannot force the farmers to get enrolled. Just mere by enrolling, he will not accept. So why? Because the methodology of calculation of basic threshold yield itself is in question, because it's an old concept. For example, I am again repeating. In 2016-17, the farmers were getting more compensation because of that particular actual yield was low. Now that actual yield has become the threshold yield of threshold yield now. So that threshold yield is
Sir,
very
just
much
to cut
low.
short, I'll just, sir.
So we have to revisit the guidelines of the PMFBY guidelines, so that to accommodate more farmers in the PMFBY.
Sir, just to tell you, sir, you can have your seat. Sir, since the claim calculation process will be technical and scientific based on the mathematics, it has been visited many times also. As you said that the actual yield becomes the threshold yield, it is true because your threshold is the normal yield of a particular unit. So over the years, whatever actual yield is arrived, that will form the basis of the threshold yield. So that is something which is a scientific or mathematical process. Now coming to the second point, reluctance of the farmers. What I would say in order to address that issue, it is the role of state governments as well as the role of insurance companies become very important. Why I say role of state governments? Because farmers may take insurance companies as institutions which are benefiting for themselves, but state governments can be the best institution to actually sensitize the farmers. Because farmer is reluctant, farmer will only see the immediate gain. And we have to also sensitize the farmers that insurance is not something which is assured. It is something, if a crop is damaged, then you get a compensation. It cannot be a practice that, yes, even if the crop is good, the claim is paid. So this sensitization can
Yes,
come.
ma'am. Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. The first question is not a scientific calculation, sir. Because
I'll
yes, sir.
respond to
Yes,
that.
sir.
For the second part, what she has said, I agree to that. You will also agree. But first part is actually important, and I think this fact needs to be noted that because the actual yield has become the threshold yield for the previous years, now the threshold yield itself has come down. But my point is, do you have any suggestion for that?
Yes, sir. Because as I said, sir, instead of taking best out of 7 years, best 5 years, we can take best 3 years. At least he can wait for 3 years to get a compensation, because now he is waiting for 5 years to get the compensation, sir. So we can revisit and ask.
See, when we suggest a change in the guidelines, we have to think not only from the perspective of Tamil Nadu. So what
Yes,
may
on
be,
all states.
That is one thing. So see, out of 7, we are taking 5. Now you are suggesting for 3.
Yes.
There has to be some reason. Why 3? Why not 5?
5 is, sir, see, he has to wait for next 5 years to get the compensation, because he will be placed in the best 5 years. So he will not get the threshold yield until his actual yield is coming down.
No, but then
by the again down to the
but
threshold
why do we say that he will have to wait for these many years, maybe 2-3 years, to make his yield better? Because nobody can predict what is the yield going to be in the next season. So,
So because we are taking the best 5 years now, sir. So he is
today in 2025. Say we are taking from 17 to 24. These are the 7 years. I
Yes,
think.
sir.
And we will take best 5 out of them.
Correct, sir.
But you are saying that these best 5 may not be the required. They may not give the required yield to the farmer.
Yes, actually, it becomes hypothetical when we travel for 5 years and we are taking the best 5 years. Travel for 7 years and we are taking best. If the 3 years is there, then somewhere we can match is the actual yield of the current year, sir. So the more, if you make it, really more number of farmers will have some.
The point is noted.
Yes, sir.
The point is important because, see, the problem is we need some yardstick to calculate the loss.
Yes, sir.
So the threshold yield is the yardstick which is calculated based upon the 5 best out of the 7 years, right? So that is the yardstick which we have decided. we can think of changing that yardstick.
Yes, sir,
but
please.
that needs discussion among the stakeholders. What you are suggesting is 3 years.
3 years, sir.
You know, I don't know
So,
whether.
and just to add, if we squeeze the number of years, let us assume if the 3 years taken are the bumper years, then farmers, then actually it becomes very high. Then farmers will actually not get the claims. So because 3 years is too small a size, I would say, for taking an average.
Mr. Murthy wants to say something.
It is a simple logic. When you generate some kind of an average, statistical averaging, you have to allow some degrees of freedom. 3 years is very narrow window. If you take 3 years, your average yield is always on the higher side. There is a tendency farmers will never get the claim. Taking 5 years, you are allowing some degrees of freedom so that your 5 years average, it has got some statistical validity.
And Dr. Murthy, that's 5 years out of 7 years.
Out of 7 years.
At least,
total
sir,
7.
at
One
least,
minute.
we have to check, either we have to increase the 7 years concept to 10 years. At least we have to say, ultimately this insurance is for farmers, sir. Anyhow, he is not, the 30% is not at all exceeding. For the past 5 years, we have checked the enrollment out of 100 farmers enrolled, only 25 to 30 is getting the benefit. My request is we have to accommodate the farmers more, and we have to make him confidence that he is getting some compensation if he is paying the premium amount. That is the concept.
See, first point, there can be no guarantee of a farmer getting compensation always.
Not always, sir.
There has to be a damage.
Percentage
there
can
has to
increase.
be a loss. That is number one. That is accepted. We can't guarantee that. That is a general tendency. Farmers, if they don't get something, they won't like to enroll because they are not getting anything. In insurance, that is the change we are expected to create, that in the mindset that only getting insured is not a guarantee for getting compensation. That is number one. A farmer is not supposed to get something in every season. That is number one. So, secondly, the point again, I am saying, point is valid, but we have to discuss this issue.
Yes, sir. That's
Because
my request is that.
why 3, and then we can take some samples from the particular crop in particular state, and what is the actual, so what would actually benefit the farmer, how the yield should be calculated. The actual yield is actual yield calculated through CC. Now the threshold yield, if you think that the present system of calculation is faulty, we can discuss it. But that needs the point is noted.
Agreed, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Because ultimately, no number of farmers who we can try to enroll more. If you convince them that at least some 50% of the farmers are getting benefit. Now it's only 25.
See, again, I'm saying, how can you convince, even if you fix 3 out of 7 years, how can you convince the farmer that you will get something?
If the logic of 3 years is not acceptable, we can go for some 10 years. We can extend the 7 years to 10 years. Some model so that which is fitting into the farmer's mind.
What I will agree with is, or I would suggest is to, if we are missing out on calculating the actual loss because of this formula, then we should go for it. If we want to guarantee the farmer of getting something in every season, we may be making the backward calculation that we want to give him something, so let's take 3 out of 7.
Just we have to see the percentage of the farmers getting the benefits, sir. Here it's very low. That is why I am addressing this.
So we will, what we will do, we will...
23, 24, sir, only 7% got, sir. Only 7% out of 100, only 30 crore was spent, sir, out of 1000 crore. 30 crores were in 22, 23 and 2024.
As given as compensation.
Yes, sir. So it is so bad.
But was there any damage? Was there any personal loss?
It's a coastal district, sir. We have got regular damage across.
Then we have to see. Then we have to check the methodology.
Yes.
Revisit the methodology.
That is why I am raising the question.
So
that's
we will take, as I said, permutation combination of some state, particular crops, what has been the trend over the years, and then we will try to arrive at some conclusion.
Please, sir, please.
That needs a detailed.
At least this coming Rabi season, if something is,
I don't know. Like we will have to then engage in frequent discussions.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do call us, sir. We will be participating.
Sure.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
Mr. Shankar, you can't hear you.
If there are 5 years out of 7 years, then that means there are only 2 bad years, 5 are good.
If you take 3 out of 7, then there are 4 bad years and 3 good years. Automatically the rates will go up. Because your threshold goes up. Only 3 good years out of 7 years. So your probability of yield dropping will go up, so the rates will go up. That is the flip side.
Okay, got your point, Mr. Shankar. Any other questions? हाँ, मिश्रा जी, किससे पूछना चाहते हैं?
मेरे कुछ सजेशंस हैं स्कीम के लिए जो जिन सभी स्कीमों में इसके पहले वेदर बेस्ड में भी था 14 में कि जिन किसानों को क्लेम नहीं मिलता तो उनको नो क्लेम बोनस यदि वो हो जाए थोड़ा बहुत तो किसानों के रह के मुझे मिल रहा है। दूसरा इसके लिए जो कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स हैं उनको सेंसिटाइज किया जाए कि ऑप्ट आउट में थोड़ा सा ध्यान दें कि ऑप्ट आउट कम से कम हो, जो खासकर पैक्स में ये जो हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में मैंने देखा है कुछ पैक्स ऐसे हैं कि जहाँ 100% ऑप्ट आउट है, क्योंकि ना किसान समझता है कि यदि रिस्क क्लेम हुआ तो मेरा नुकसान है, ना उनको मतलब है। क्योंकि उसका कारण ये है कि जो पैक्स हैं उनको जो 3 या 4% जो कमीशन मिलता है वो बैंक रखता है, पैक्स को जाता नहीं। तो या तो गाइडलाइन में ये हो जाए कि जो कमीशन है पैक्स को भी जाए, क्योंकि जब जो आपके गाइडलाइन में प्रोविज़न है कि यदि बैंक की गलती से क्लेम नहीं मिल रहा है तो वो संबंधित बैंक देगा। तो कोऑपरेटिव में तो मिल जाता है, लेकिन वो बैंक क्या करता है कि वो संबंधित पैक्स के ऊपर लायबिलिटी फिक्स कर देता है। तो मेरे पास तो कई सारे उनके रिप्रेजेंटेशंस आते हैं कि मुझे कमीशन दिया जाए, तो इस तरह कुछ गाइडलाइन में प्रोविज़न किया जाए तो इससे आपके कवरेज भी बढ़ेगा। क्योंकि जब किसानों को ये कुछ ना कुछ नो क्लेम बोनस वगैरह मिलेगा तो उनका कवरेज के लिए झुकाव। अभी ये होता है कि जहाँ जो इरिगेटेड एरिया है वहाँ पर चूँकि मेरा लॉस हो नहीं रहा है तो हम कहे कि इंश्योरेंस कराएं।
ठीक है मिश्रा जी, आपकी बात समझ गए। जो नो क्लेम बोनस वाली बात हुई थी, आई थिंक ये बहुत पहले से इस पे जो विचार किया गया था। सर भूटानी सर जब आप थे तब भी बात आई थी। इशू केवल एक आता है कि जो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी है अगर मान लीजिए 3 साल तक है तो अगली बात वो नो क्लेम बोनस कैसे जाएगा उसको, ये हु पेज दैट नो क्लेम बोनस, दैट ये एक मुद्दा रहता है कि कैसे।
नहीं, ये मुद्दा रहेगा जो कंपनी थी उसकी रिस्पांसिबिलिटी रहेगी। जैसे कि और आपका व्हीकल का इंश्योरेंस कराते हैं, हेल्थ का इंश्योरेंस
वो तब होगा जब फार्मर दोबारा इंश्योरेंस कराता है, वही आप बात कह रहे हैं ना।
हाँ, तभी
ठीक है, दैट वी कैन थिंक अबाउट। क्योंकि अब पोर्टल में हम उस लेवल पे पहुंच गए हैं जब क्लेम्स निकलने लगे हैं, तो मे बी एज अ नेक्स्ट स्टेप। एंड सेकेंड क्वेश्चन जो आई थिंक भूटानी सर ने भी काफ़ी चीज़ें आंसर की, जो पैक्स वाली बात आप कह रहे हैं कि पैक्स को सर्विस चार्ज जाया जाए, लेकिन इस पे आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि जो लाइबिलिटी है अगर वहाँ कुछ गलती करते हैं तो क्या उस लाइबिलिटी को बेयर करने की पोजीशन में हैं। बिकॉज अभी क्या होता है, आपका छत्तीसगढ़ का कोई केस मुझे नहीं पता, बट अदरवाइज जो भी केसेस बैंक से जुड़े आते हैं तो लाइबिलिटी फॉल्स ऑन द बैंक, बिकॉज बैंक सर्विस चार्ज अवेल कर रहा है। बट अगर आप पैक्स डायरेक्टली सर्विस चार्ज अवेल करेंगे तो लाइबिलिटी भी उन पे जाएगी।
अभी लाइबिलिटी पैक्स के ऊपर ही जा रही है।
क्या आपने ऐसा कुछ?
हाँ, हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में हुआ है कि लाइबिलिटी पैक्स के ऊपर ही जा रही है। बाकी अदर स्टेट में क्या है मुझे आइडिया नहीं।
बिकॉज़ पैक्स आर नॉट इन अ पोजीशन टू बेयर दैट लाइबिलिटी, दैट विल बी वेरी डेट्रीमेंटल।
और लाइबिलिटी कोऑपरेटिव भी पेमेंट करता है, कमर्शियल बैंक नहीं करते। मेरे छत्तीसगढ़ में एक हुआ था 19 का केस, मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट भी करूँगा कि उसको डिसीजन दे दें। ये स्टेट बैंक ने बैंकों का पोर्टल में एंट्री नहीं किया ड्यू टू आधार समथिंग ये आया। जब स्टेट और आपने गवर्नमेंट अपने ने लिख के दे दिया कि क्लेम बैंक की गलती बैंक क्लेम देगा, तो जब गवर्नमेंट ने स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने डिसीजन दिया उसके बाद जो आपका एक क्लाज है एडिशनल क्लेम कमेटी का वो यहाँ से भेज दिए।
नो दैट इज मिस्टर जी, उस पे हम क्लैरिफिकेशन दे चुके हैं। स्टेट टू डिसाइड फर्स्ट, तो उसमें आपको डिसीजन बेसिस द गाइडलाइंस देना।
क्लियरिफिकेशन नहीं आया स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में, दोबारा फिर से भेजा है और करीब 4 साल हो गया।
नहीं हम दे चुके हैं मिश्रा जी,
7.5 करोड़ क्लेम है।
वी हैव गिवन अ लेटर, आप देखिएगा, देन वी विल टॉक।
नहीं, दोबारा कर देंगे। स्टेट बैंक ने अभी लिखा है आपको फिर से।
यस यस सर।
So more specifically, maybe for the states, so recently two SOPs have been issued. One is about the fiat guidelines, usage of fiat funds for technology interventions, including YESTECH and WINDS. And another is escrow account SOPs for opening up escrow accounts so as to pre-deposit the premium liability of the states in a bank account so that the farmers at the time of the enrollment pays basically after all the commitments of the states are given or deposited in an escrow account, at least 50% of that. So I think these two are the new interventions and new rollouts. So maybe we would like to have, if there is any questions, queries, clarification on this, so we would like to take those queries also.
Before you come to that, I have a quick question on operational issue of PHM losses, post-harvest losses. So whenever such losses happen in the field, the insurance companies and surveyors, they insist upon year on year, month on month, date on date, data of rainfall. And due to microclimates and climate change and erratic rainfalls and all those things, if there is a PHM loss in a particular village based upon erratic rainfall, so they ask for that kind of data. So that data is not available as of now. Of course, it may be available after WINDS is implemented fully, thereby resulting into the survey not being conducted and the farmers not being compensated. So I just wanted to flag this issue, and is the ministry thinking to kind of attend to this issue? Thanks.
So I think so that's something important brought before us earlier also. What I would advise the companies, so when the guidelines were laid down, triggers are just reference points. Suppose if it says that there has to be certain trigger to go and initiate the survey, so that's just a reference point. But if the state government advises the insurance companies that yes, there have been certain unseasonal rainfall and the crop is lying on the ground after harvest, there's a 14 days clause that the crop is placed for 14 days in the field and cut and piled condition. So insurance companies shouldn't deny the survey, because if something has happened, because if survey is happening, you see, I mean, the thing can be visualized. Yes. So it might happen even if suppose the triggers are not met, or if you don't know about the triggers. Let us assume that situation. But actually that the situation has occurred. For example, the crop is lying on the field 14 days, within 14 days after the harvest, and survey is conducted. So would request a survey should be conducted. So things would be clear at that time. That's my advice to the insurance companies.
I have just one suggestion. I have just one suggestion, madam. Regarding this rainfall, actually everywhere the rain gauge is not possible to install. So why don't you explore the rainfall product, which is giving at 5 kilometer or 10 kilometer interval from the satellite data. So our INSAT satellite is providing the good rainfall products, and there is also merged rainfall product with the IMD, in situ data and the satellite rainfall. Those are available. I think those should be very much useful for this kind of knowing the triggers. Thank you.
So, ma'am, in continuation to supplement to our Murugesan that threshold yield, so 5 best or 3 best. So indemnity level is 1, because right now paddy is the major crop where 80% we are following for all, irrespective of that Rayalaseema or coastal or middle or everything is applying 80% is the indemnity. So that one discussion is required. Suppose if indemnity, if it is 85% or bit 5% more, then farmer also will get benefited. So that is a benchmark yield. So that's my, I think in addition to the TY discussion, indemnity can be discussed in detail.
That the state is at liberty to increase the indemnity?
No, so as of now, we have 3 levels, only 70, 80 and 90. So it is something invariably the middle points also which you are talking about, if that can be, and the flexibility. I think calculation wise that is possible. Only thing is, if we can include that into the guidelines, obviously.
Yeah, that will be better. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Calculation wise it is possible.
Yes, madam.
Good afternoon, madam. I'm from Sikkim. In Sikkim, we have
the enrollment, the number of enrollment in Sikkim is very low. The reason being even the mindset of the farmers, that is one. The other one is that the claim process is very cumbersome. So even after repeated sensitization, even after many awareness programs, even if you're successful in enrolling number of farmers, but then when it comes to claim, the process is very cumbersome, because of which there is a trust issue in the next season. Another thing is that, we have to change the insurance companies after every 3 years, because of which, again, the company coming to Sikkim and understanding the status, the problems in Sikkim, and again starting all over, even that is one of the setbacks. And another thing is, a major issue is that wildlife interference. The wildlife interference in Sikkim is very huge, and every meeting that we go, people always talk about, you say insurance, but it is not covered in the PMFBY. So my humble submission to Government of India is if it's possible to relax the claim process, number one, and number two, if you could include wildlife interference also in PMFBY coverage, because in the state of Sikkim, we were asked to make, give information and data on this, and then for district, South District, we had given, and that particular district, it is under wildlife coverage, but not for other districts. So my humble request to the Government of India would be to cover wildlife interference, and also relax, if possible, the process of claim.
So I'll first answer your question on wild animal attack. So it has been, I think, requests received from a number of states, and I think in the previous guidelines from 2020, the wild animal attack covered was brought in, but since we face the lack of protocols are not available, states don't have that data also, and states don't have the identification process. So it was included as a kind of an add-on cover, where the farmer has the option to avail it and pay the entire amount, or if state wants to subsidize it, state may, but the central government was not bearing the subsidy. So we have been working on that concept further also. Government of India has constituted a committee, and I had the committee incidentally, and we are working on it. We are in touch with a number of institutions that how to develop protocols, because wild animal attack is region-specific, species-specific, crop-specific. There are three things which we have to keep in mind. Suppose if there's a wild animal attack by elephant, so you have to keep in mind the crop, the animal, the region, a lot of things. We are already working on it. If we can have initially a simplified process and then go on to a very specific process, so I think I'll be in a position to put up my report to the department maybe within a month. So we'll try, and we are also considering it. The subsidy part is also a consideration, so it depends upon obviously the Government of India. So we are already working. Then your second question is about the claim process. Claim process is now completely automated. There are two things. There's one, the technical part or the mathematical part, that yes, there's a formula to it. There's a, the yield part is that which is put in the formula, and you get the amount of claim, and second is the process of claim. Since the claim process is automated, and from Kharif 24 onwards, the settlement process is also involves auto calculation of penalty, that is portal driven. So that has, I think the claim settlement process has speed up a bit. In case of Sikkim, yes, we welcome all those states where I would say the states are struggling to get the farmers. But if you need any kind of help, Government of India is always there to handhold. I would request the concerned insurance companies also who are working there to not to limit themselves to I would say, because the premium amount is not very high, so that IC activities are not taking place, what I feel, to that extent. So I would also request the companies to please, that 0.5% is simply a minimum amount to be spent. If the companies can spend more on those activities in northeastern region, that is required. So the advice is always there. You can always approach us, we'll help you out. So thank you.
Further, ma'am, since we have the states, I hope so, from Mizoram, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, Bihar, so the new states which Government of India wanted them to adopt and onboard the scheme. So I think this is something very important for them also if they have any questions related to PMFBY implementation.
One or two questions we can more take. There's a
excuse
farmer
me.
session also. One or two questions.
Good afternoon. I am Director Agriculture, Government of Tripura. I have two issues. I think Government of India is considering the case of peril inundation for bringing under the PMFBY. So this is a major issue for us because we often have to face the flood, localized flood, not due to cyclone this and that, because of the maximum precipitation.
We are working on it. We'll get back to the states.
Yeah. So individual farm level crop loss assessment for inundation under localized calamity may kindly be considered. That will help us to enroll maximum number of farmers.
We are working on it.
Another issue is that because of mid-season adversity, we have to claim only 25% of the what you call crop loss, and for that we need to do the CC also, crop cutting. But sometimes what happens immediately after the crop loss, we have to go for the replanting if the season is available. So we don't have to, we cannot wait for the what you call mid-season adversity assessment. So there is claim of only 25% as per the rules of PMFBY. It may raise to 50% so that we can compensate the maximum farmers under these rules.
You'll take this question.
So I think
sir, just I don't know. In August, in the month of August,
Sir, quickly, we have to start
in
the farmer session.
the month of August in Tripura, there is a heavy rainfall. Due to heavy rainfall, flooding occurred, and some of the GPs, entire crop has been lost. Accordingly, mid-season adversity, they have done the survey work and loss assessment also. Yes, but at the payment side, they have done the 25%. As most of the cases, 100% crop losses occurred. There is again retransplanting is occurred. So farmers are already committed all the cost of cultivations, but they can only able to get the claim 25%. And after retransplanting, their crop cutting experiment does not reflect the actual situations. So in that cases, I think need of relook this mid-season adversity in that cases. At least genuine cases, at least 50% if they can get that compensation can be actually compensate their losses. This is the actual point.
Sir, actually mid-season adversity is a kind of relief. Suppose if any calamity is occurring and affecting the area in a widespread manner, so the farmers are compensated 25%, and when the CC results arrive, it might happen that the crop may recover, crop may not recover. But if there's 100% loss under CC, farmer gets the whole claim.
Sir, madam, as I told, in our some GPBCs, 100% crop losses. Again, farmer retransplanting. So after
no, but
CC,
if there's 100% crop loss and after your harvest, he'll get 100% claim.
no, so they are only giving the 25% claim.
No, but that's not true.
That is the guideline also. The I-check guideline also given that way.
Guideline says 25% the farmer gets as a relief. Remaining amount he gets after the CC results arrive.
But CC will not reflect, no?
So
New
here,
transplanting.
here the question,
if the crop is damaged,
ma'am, here the question is the initial crop which was planted is lost 100%, and farmer replant the new crop now. So initial planted crop is lost 100%. So the farmer will get only 25% as in case of preventive transplantation or sowing failures, calamity is declared that way. And the new crop, which is, the question is that the initial crop which was sown, the investment cost was already done on that. So if that 25% can be increased to 50% as at least 40-50% of the cost is already invested by the farmer. So that is a suggestive.
that we can note down.
Yeah, so that is something which needs a larger discussion and deliberation with the stakeholders. So that is something parked for here.
I had the one question.
Hello.
Yeah, regarding the operational issue, is it not possible for particular season, particular farmer, one policy can be issued?
I did not get.
Sorry, come again. Actually, in a particular season, to the particular farmer, is it not possible that only one policy will be issued?
So
It's a question to the insurance company, because I had the problem in one of the branches. I talked to the branch manager. He told that I have 500 KCC accounts and 15,000 policies I have issued. That is the operational issue, very difficult. I think this is the issue. First question is, this is related to the insurance company. Is it possible that a particular farmer having many crops in that particular season, those all crops will be covered in a particular...
But sir, policy is issued crop-wise and land-wise.
No,
so,
particular season. Season
yes,
is
in particular seasons. Suppose
particular
if a farmer is growing 5 crops in 5 different parcels of land, there will be 5 policies. Because the premium amount is different for every crop. And the land is also different.
Land is of the particular farmer. These are the issues at the operational level. This is the suggestion, if this is possible.
Because in general also, suppose if they have, if you own 5 cars, you will have 5 policies. So it's like that.
And a policy is to the particular farmer, that can be mentioned in the same policy what crop
But
is
that
covered.
happens. Against
so I think,
the farmer ID is same.
Yes.
Against farmer ID, you have 5 applications. That is what is happening.
Yes.
Applications will be created separately because your crop is different, premium of every crop is different, and your land is different, where the that particular crop is being insured. So that's it.
This is an operational issue.
So maybe this operational issue of having multiple applications or multiple data entries being done by the branches on the portal.
Example is that that particular branch, 500 KCC account is 15,000 policies has been issued.
I got you, because one single KCC might have different multiple land parcels, and on those multiple land parcels, multiple types of crops being sown. So each land parcel and crop combination gets one application number. So multiple times the data entry has to happen. So now this is something which is manual. The response to this is something, if maybe we can move to digital and API-based data sharing directly from the CBS to NCIP. That is something which is an immediate solution available. Few of the banks are already doing it, and I think PSBs can experiment with that. We have already done this CBS integration for KRPs. Why can't it be done on NCIP?
On this,
I think
another issue, the PSB.
Quickly, please, because farmers are waiting. Actually, we have the farmer session.
Ma'am, one last question. What we are feeling, being the head of this crop loan, what I am feeling, I am not in a position. MIS kindly, if the Fasal Bima Yojana, MIS will be accelerated so that we may know what percentage we have covered, what percentage is remaining. Accordingly, we will do the follow-up.
So it's already on the dashboards, the login credentials on NCIP for the bankers, branches, headquarters, and regional offices. So there are already the dashboards being provided, which says what are the total number of accounts for that particular branch and for that particular zone and headquarter, and how many have already been saturated under PMFBY and whatever are left for the saturation. So that is already available. Yeah.
Yes. One question I have regarding CCE process. Recently, certain things we have noticed.
Manoj, no specific cases. Let's take a broad issue.
No, I am not taking a specific case. I have a request for a general request. During CCE, we found that biomass harvesting is practiced for pulses. Wheat anyway, it is traditional, but pulses and mustard, that biomass harvesting is done. There it needs a reinterpretation of the term called harvest. Is it harvesting means only taking out from the land, or it is the entire process? That means taking out from the land, keeping the biomass safe in safe custody, then taking out the pods and getting the final harvest. That is one question. You can take it as a question or deliberate it further. Second is regarding the interpretation of the produce. What is the produce? Is it an economic produce? Is it liable to be sorted and graded?
Manoj, not to be answered in this forum. We'll take a farmers are waiting. So
anyway, I just put this. I'm not expecting an answer immediately.
Got your
Kindly
point,
do deliberate on this.
Yes.
And we need, I request an SOP or clarification on this.
Okay, well, you can write to us. Please
Yes,
write
sure.
to us. We'll have consultation. Uma Shankar ji,
मेरा
farmers are waiting.
जस्ट एक रिक्वेस्ट ये है कि 80-110 मॉडल हमारे स्टेट में है और क्लस्टर वाइज हमें असेसमेंट करना है। 110% तक क्लेम कंपनी दे देती है और इसके बयान जब क्लेम जाता है तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को अभी हमें अपना लायबिलिटी शेयर देने में थोड़ा लेट होता है। तो क्या ऐसी व्यवस्था हो सकती है कि कंपनी पहले क्लेम को सेटल करे एंड क्योंकि हम कंपनी के साथ इम्पैनल्ड है, ट्रस्ट पर काम कर रहे हैं, तो ये व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए कि फार्मर इसमें सफ़र ना करे किसी भी दशा में, उसको क्लेम पहले सेटल हो जाना चाहिए। इट पॉसिबल सर?
So, जितनी लायबिलिटी उमा शंकर जी है कंपनी की वो तो दे सकती है वो।
इस टाइम मैम
मैं आपसे एग्री करती हूँ, बट you can't have a state specific process. It is very important क्या हर स्टेट वैसे ही कर सकता है? हो सकता है कोई 2 साल बाद दे।
नहीं मैम, दूसरी बात, जबकि उसी दशा में अदर दूसरे क्लस्टर में जबकि पैसा रिफंड गवर्नमेंट को लेना है, उसमें कंपनी टाइम लेती है, 1 महीने 1.5 महीने 2 महीने टाइम लेती है, तो व्हाई नॉट फार्मर पेड फर्स्ट गेट क्लेम?
सो उमा शंकर जी, सुजेशन तो ठीक है लेकिन ऑपरेशनली वायबल है या नहीं है वो हमको देखना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज इसका कहना आपका मतलब ये है कि इंश्योरेंस कंपनी ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन भी खुद से पे कर ले और बाद में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को बाद में हिसाब किताब कर ले और उनको जितना पैसा देना था वो दे दें।
कर ले, क्लस्टर टू क्लस्टर जो है इसको सेटलमेंट कर ले।
बट
हाँ, कोई गारंटी?
then comes the question ki whether insurance companies, what they have to say on this.
That is not how insurance contracts are conducted. There is a liability to pay the premium before the contract incepts. Insurance company cannot bind a risk before the payment.
वो ये नहीं है. What they are saying, premium पूरा हो चुका है. जो 80-110 का मॉडल है, suppose up till 110 the company is paying, और उसके ऊपर गया है claim ratio, अगर मान लीजिए claim ratio is 130, तो वो 110 के ऊपर जो 20 और देना है, स्टेट को अगर टाइम लग रहा है तो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी दे दे. That is what he is saying.
Again, not their liability. They are not liable. Liability sharing model has become like that. Sir.
Company is also working other cluster also. We can adjustment. Can adjustment?
What he is saying कि अब मान लीजिए क्लेम नीचे है और सरप्लस वापस करना है, उसमें कंपनीज टाइम लगाती हैं. So I think it is better to tighten that part कि कंपनीज को हम उसमें बांधें कि आपको इतने दिन में वापस कर देना है, rather than going with this route, because ये बहुत problems create करेगा. बाद में स्टेट से मिलता है, नहीं मिलता है, there are lot of issues, reconciliation issues है. So ये कोशिश जरूर करेंगे, all advice to all companies कि जहाँ पे surplus है वहाँ पे आप at the most, at least maybe if we can fix a time ourselves that we can decide internally, वो वापस हो जाए. Thank you. So I think farmers are waiting. So we have the farmer session now. Yes.
Thank you so much.
With that, just like we promised yesterday at the beginning of our conference, that the spotlight will be on the session where we hear voices from the field. And to do just that and share their first-hand experience with us, we call the voices from the field, the voices of the farmers. We have 16 farmers from Kerala representing the live action on the field. So please put your hands together for 16 farmers from Kerala that will be the voices from the farmers. And to moderate this session, can we please request Mr. Anil Kumar, Joint Director, Government of Kerala, as well as Ms. Prasida, Deputy Regional Manager, AIC of India, to please come up on stage to bring the best out of our farmers as they share their first-hand experience of the field with us. Come on, let's encourage them with a loud, nice, warm round of applause, please. Namaskaram, everyone. As they settle on the dais. Also calling our moderators, Mr. Anil Kumar, Joint Director, Government of Kerala, and Mrs. Prasida, Deputy Regional Manager, AIC of India. Over to our moderators, looking forward to a great session, almost like the grand finale of our 12th National Review Conference. Over to you.
Just check the mic, please. Podium mics are on.
Respected dignitaries and senior officers from different different states and representatives of insurance companies and the respected farmers who present here to share their experiences, and a good afternoon to all. This section is named as Voice of Farmers, mainly intended to share the experience of the farmer in implementing the PMFBY and the insurance schemes. As far as Kerala is concerned, from 2016, we are implementing both in PMFBY, this in Prime Minister's Fasal Bima Yojana and restructured weather cooperation schemes. During these 18 years, around 7.15 lakhs of farmer applications are insured, and from state side, 516.16 crores of are paid as the premium subsidy from state side, and farmers are paid 60.52. The main crop that we covered in Kerala is paddy. Around the crop covered, this come around 90%. That is from the crop wise, it is 90% of the crop covered is paddy. In our state, from 1994 onwards, we are implementing a state cooperation scheme. Under these schemes, 27 crops are covered, including the wild animal attack. Under this scheme, we collect premium from the farmers, and we pay compensation to farmers when the crops loss occurs. And compared to the central scheme, mainly the premium paid by the farmers is very low. In 1923 onwards, we Kerala only WB CS schemes is implementing. All the 27 crops notified in the state insurance scheme is covered under the scheme, including the plantation crops. Now, in all blocks, we have established 172 numbers of automatic weather stations, and now we are taking steps to establish these automated weather stations in all panchayats, and now we going to implement the winds for the data collection. And as far as this scheme is concerned, as said yesterday, this inundation and wild animal attack is a major problem in Kerala. Now farmers are demanding for this is to be included in the scheme. We are already taken decision to include this wild animal attack as a added insurance under this scheme. In the next year onwards, we will implement that also. Here, this session is for experience sharing. We are selecting 16 farmers from different, that is across the Kerala, the 14 districts of Kerala, and they are belonging to different age groups, and they are cultivating different crops, and they are, the gender is also covered. They are here to share the experience regarding the benefit they got by implementing this scheme, and suggestions for improving the scheme. Okay. I invite Srimati Prasida to invite them and for the further actions.
Thank you, sir. So as told, sir was saying, it's a broad representation of Agriculture Fraternity of Kerala. So we have farmers right from Kasaragod to Trivandrum districts. So to begin with, I'll start off with Sri Narayanan sir, who's a paddy farmer, who's a banana farmer who's come from Thrissur district. Mike sir, Mike.
എൻ്റെ പേര് നാരായണൻ. ഞാൻ തൃശ്ശൂർ ജില്ലയിൽ ചാലക്കുടിയിൽ നിന്ന് വന്നിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. 30 വർഷത്തിൽ കൂടുതലായി ഞാൻ കൃഷി ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. എൻ്റെ പ്രധാന കൃഷി വാഴയും കപ്പയാണ്, പച്ചക്കറിയും. ഞാൻ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഇൻഷുറൻസ് ഉപഭോക്താവാണ്.
So he's telling that he's doing farming for the past 30 years and he's cultivating banana, tapioca and vegetables, and he's also insuring his crops parallelly.
ഞാൻ സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെയും കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെയും ഇൻഷുറൻസ് പങ്കാളിയാണ് ഞാൻ.
പറയൂ സർ. സർ പറഞ്ഞോളൂ, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞോളാം സർ.
പങ്കാളിയാണ് ഞാൻ. ഈ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഇൻഷുറൻസിന് 300 രൂപ കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇവിടുത്തെ ഈ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഇൻഷുറൻസ് ഒരു വാഴയ്ക്ക് 75 രൂപയാണ് കിട്ടുന്നത്. അത് എത്രയും വേഗം കൂട്ടി പൈസ തരണമെന്ന് അപേക്ഷിക്കുന്നു.
So here, apart from WBCS, State Crop Insurance Scheme is also there in Kerala. So Mr. Narayanan is saying he is insuring both under State Crop Insurance and WBCS as well. So the compensation which he is getting for banana per plant under State Crop Insurance is ₹300, and for RWBCS it's 75 rupees. So basically he's requesting for an increase in sum insured for banana.
ഞാൻ ഇതിനു മുന്നും ഇൻഷുറൻസിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഇരുന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഇൻഷുറൻസ് വന്ന് പോളിസി എൻ്റെ കയ്യിൽ വീട്ടിൽ വന്ന് തന്നു. അതിൽ ഞാൻ അഭിനന്ദിക്കുന്നു.
So he's appreciating this effort by government to bring farmers under the crop insurance fold.
ശരി.
Thank you, sir. Then we have Usha madam. Usha madam is from Palakkad district. Please, ma'am.
എൻ്റെ പേര് ഉഷ. ഞാൻ പാലക്കാട് ജില്ലയിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്നു. എൻ്റെ കുടുംബത്തിലെ കർഷകനാണ് ഞാൻ. കുടുംബനാഥ കൂടെ ഞാനാണ്. എനിക്ക് കൃഷിയിൽ നിന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ കുടുംബത്തിൻ്റെ വരുമാനം. പക്ഷേ ഞങ്ങൾക്കുള്ള പ്രശ്നം പറഞ്ഞാൽ പന്നിശല്യം. അപ്പോൾ പന്നിശല്യം കൊണ്ട് കൃഷി ഒരുപാട് നശിക്കുന്നു. ഞാറ്റടി തുടങ്ങി തന്നെ കൃഷി നശിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്കത് വീണ്ടും ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരുമ്പോഴുള്ള പ്രശ്നം ധനനഷ്ടം. നമുക്ക് വ്യക്തിപരമായിട്ട് ആ നഷ്ടത്തിന് നമുക്ക് പരിഹാരം കണ്ടെത്തുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ഉപകാരമായിരിക്കും. പിന്നെ വന്നിട്ട് കാലാവസ്ഥ വ്യതിയാനത്തിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ എന്താ പറയുക, മഴ കൂടുതൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചൂട് കൂടുതൽ.
ഒരു മിനിറ്റ്, ഞാൻ ആദ്യം മാഡം പറഞ്ഞതിന് ഞാൻ ഒന്ന് പറഞ്ഞോട്ടെ.
ഓക്കെ.
So madam is telling that she is the head of a family and her main income is from agriculture, and she's mentioning wild boar attack in paddy as a major calamity. So she says that wild boar, due to wild boar attack, so she has to go for the land preparation once again, which is costing her to invest more income in the farming. Yes, ma'am. And she wants this wild boar attack to be included under localized calamity.
അപ്പോൾ കാലാവസ്ഥാ വ്യതിയാനത്തിൽ വരുന്നത് നമുക്ക് മഴ കൂടുമ്പോൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചൂട് കൂടുക, ഉണക്ക് വരുന്നതിന്, സീസൺ തെറ്റിയുള്ള മഴ, ഇതിന് വരുമ്പോഴാണ് നമ്മൾക്ക് പക്ഷേ ഇൻഷുറൻസ്, പക്ഷേ അതിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരെണ്ണത്തിന് മാത്രമേ കിട്ടുന്നുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷേ നമ്മൾക്ക് കൃഷി നശിക്കുമ്പോൾ മൊത്തത്തിൽ കലാമിറ്റി വരുമ്പോൾ ഏതാണെങ്കിലും മൊത്തത്തിൽ കൃഷി നശിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പം നമ്മൾക്ക് കിട്ടേണ്ടത് എല്ലാത്തിനും കൂടെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒന്നിന് മാത്രമേ നമുക്ക്, ഒരു പ്രത്യേക ഘടകത്തിന് മാത്രമേ നമുക്ക് ഇൻഷുറൻസ് കിട്ടുന്നുള്ളൂ. അതല്ലാതെ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാത്തിനും കൂടെ ഒരു ഇൻഷുറൻസ് പദ്ധതി ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഉപകാരമായിരുന്നു.
താങ്ക് യു മാം. Sir, what madam is telling us, under RWBCS, we have different coverages. So, which like dry spell, high temperature, unseasonal rainfall, and excess rainfall. But what she says is, even if the crop is getting lost by one particular event, say for example, dry spell or unseasonal rainfall, the entire crop is lost. But the claim payout which she would receive is only for the one particular cover. So, this wants to be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now call upon Shri Sunil Kumar sir, who is a farmer from Ernakulam district.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. എൻ്റെ പേര് സുനിൽ കുമാർ. ഞാൻ എറണാകുളത്തു നിന്നാണ് വരുന്നത്. ഞാനൊരു നെൽകർഷകനാണ്. മറ്റു കൃഷികളുണ്ടെങ്കിലും കൂടുതലായി നെല്ലാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഞാൻ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് 2020-21 കാലഘട്ടത്തിലാണ് ചെയ്തത്. ആ സമയത്ത് നമ്മളിതിനെപ്പറ്റി അറിഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ ഇൻഷുർ ചെയ്യുകയും നമുക്ക് പേപ്പർ വർക്കൊന്നും കൂടാതെ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് വെതർ റിപ്പോർട്ടിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ ക്ലെയിം കിട്ടുകയും ചെയ്തു. അതിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലാണ് നമ്മൾ മറ്റുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെയും കൂടെ ഇതിനകത്തേക്ക് ഉൾപ്പെടുത്താൻ സാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് നമുക്ക്.
So he is a farmer and since 2020 he is insuring his crops. Tell me, sir.
കൂടാതെ ഈ സ്കീമിൻ്റെ നമ്മൾ ചില ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് അനുഭവപ്പെടുന്നത് നമ്മൾ മാസങ്ങളുടെ അനുസരിച്ച് നമുക്ക് വെതർ റിപ്പോർട്ടിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലായിപ്പോലും ഞങ്ങൾ ഇപ്പോൾ ഏപ്രിൽ മാസത്തിൽ കൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമുക്ക് വെതർ റിപ്പോർട്ട് വരുന്നത് നെക്സ്റ്റ് മന്തുകളിൽ ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് അത് ഇതിനകത്ത് ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തണമെന്ന് താഴ്മയായിട്ട് ഈ ഇൻഷുറൻസ് കമ്പനിയോട് അപേക്ഷിക്കുകയാണ്.
Okay, sir. So what he is telling is, sir, the seasonality. He wants a location-specific, crop-specific seasonality. What he is telling us, he is sowing the crop by April, but then the coverage starts later. So he wants a location-specific, crop-specific seasonality under the scheme. Thank you, sir. Next we have Mr. Shailaj, a farmer from Tiruvandrum district.
Hello, മാന്യ സദസ്സിന് നമസ്കാരം. ഞാനൊരു റബ്ബർ കർഷകനാണ്. എനിക്ക് റബ്ബറിന് ഇൻഷുർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആ റബ്ബർ ക്ലെയിം വന്ന സമയത്ത് എനിക്ക് വിളിച്ച് പറയാനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ നമ്പർ മലയാളം ലാംഗ്വേജ് കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. ആ ഒരു പ്രശ്നം എനിക്കുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ ഈ കർഷകർക്ക് നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടവരതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ജയ് ഹിന്ദ്, ജയ് കിസാൻ, ജയ് ജവാൻ, ഇതാണ് ഞങ്ങളെ 3 മുദ്രാവാക്യം ഒരു നാട്ടിൻ്റെ. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കിസാൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എപ്പോഴും മണ്ണും വെള്ളവും ചൂടും വെയിലും ഇതായിട്ട് ജീവിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്കൊരു ഇതിനോട് അനുബന്ധിച്ച് ഒരു ഇൻഷുറൻസും കൂടെ ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ ചെറിയൊരു തുക അടയ്ക്കാം സർക്കാരിലേക്ക്. ഇത് ചെയ്തു തരണമെന്ന് അപേക്ഷിക്കുന്നു.
താങ്ക് യു സർ. സർ ഏത് നമ്പറിലാണ് വിളിച്ചത് സർ? സർ എവിടെയാണ്?
ഞാൻ 1447 വിളിച്ചത്. അപ്പം മലയാളം ഒഴിച്ച് ബാക്കിയുള്ള എല്ലാ ലാംഗ്വേജും കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So what he is telling us, he is a rubber farmer and recently he has intimated localized calamity claims. So the claim inspection and all these things have been done. But however, when he was informing the authorities about his loss to be assessed under localized calamity, the reply was in Hindi. Then it was in Tamil. It was in Tamil. So he wants, he says it was 14447. So he wants the farmer queries to be answered in Malayalam. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, okay. പറയൂ സർ, പറഞ്ഞോളൂ സർ, പറയൂ.
ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ കർഷകർക്ക് ഹെൽത്ത് ഇൻഷുറൻസും കൂടെ ഇതിൻ്റെ കൂടെ ആഡ് ചെയ്യത്തക്ക ഒരു സംവിധാനം കൂടെ സർക്കാർ ചെയ്തു തരണമെന്ന് അപേക്ഷിക്കുന്നു.
So sir is telling that if it would be good if health insurance provision is also offered to farmers. Thank you, sir. Next is Madam Mini. Madam is from Kannur district. Tell me, ma'am.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ഞാൻ കണ്ണൂർ ജില്ലയിൽ നിന്നും വരുന്നു. എൻ്റെ പേര് മിനി. നമ്മൾ നെല്ലും പച്ചക്കറികളുമാണ് നമ്മൾ കൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതിന് ഇൻഷുറൻസ് ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇൻഷുറൻസിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രതിനിധി നമ്മളെ കൃഷിഭവനായിട്ട് സമീപിക്കുകയും അതിൽ നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞ് മനസ്സിലാക്കി നമ്മൾ ഇൻഷുർ ചെയ്യുകയും അതിൽ ഇൻഷുറിലൂടെ നമുക്ക് ആനുകൂല്യം കിട്ടിയിട്ടുമുണ്ട്, ക്ലെയിം കിട്ടീന്. പിന്നീടും നമ്മൾ ഇൻഷുർ ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. കാലാവസ്ഥാ വ്യതിയാനത്തിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലാണ് ഇൻഷുർ കൊടുക്കുന്നതെന്ന് അവർ പറഞ്ഞ് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്നാലും കാലാവസ്ഥേൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് കീടബാധ ഉണ്ടാകുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിൽ പല വിഷമതകളും ഉണ്ടാകുന്നുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് ഇൻഷുറായിട്ട് കിട്ടുന്ന നിങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആ സഹായത്തിന് മുൻകൂട്ടി നമുക്ക് ഏകദേശം ഒന്ന് അറിയിക്കാൻ പറ്റുമെങ്കിലും നമുക്ക് ആ ആനുകൂല്യം പരമാവധി പറ്റുന്നതും വേഗത്തിൽ തരാൻ സാധിക്കുമെങ്കിലും അത് വളരെ സന്തോഷമായിരുന്നു.
Thank you, ma'am. So, madam is telling that she got to know about the scheme from the field staff of insurance company. So, she says that now she is clear about the scheme, how the technicality works. So, it covers pest and disease, and it's based on all these things are calculated based on the weather parameters. But she says that though it's okay even if the claims are getting delayed, but then I would like to know whether I have a payout or not. So, at least this I should know in time. So, that is what is a request. Thank you, ma'am. ബാക്കിയുള്ള കർഷകർക്ക് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ക്ലെയിം, നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും ക്ലെയിം കിട്ടിയ കർഷകരാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ക്ലെയിം തുക കൂടി നിങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ പറയാം. കിട്ടിയ തുക ഓർമ്മയുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതും കൂടി പറയാം. സോ പറയാനുണ്ടോ മാം?
നമ്മൾ 430 രൂപയാണ് ഞാൻ ഇൻഷുറിന് തുകയായിട്ട് അടച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. 5700 സംതിങ് കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട് ആനുകൂല്യമായിട്ട്.
താങ്ക് യു മാം. So, madam says that she paid a premium of 430 rupees, but she received a claim of 5,700. Thank you, ma'am. Then we have Mr. Lal Krishnesh, who is from Kasaragod district.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lal Krishnesh, coming from Kasaragod. So, I have been into farming since 2019. So, I came to farming by choice. So, since 2019, I have been cultivating areca nut, banana, pepper and coconut in my farm. So, but recent times, because of the increase in rainfall and weather uncertainties, I have been facing crop loss. But I got to know about the PM Fasal Bima Yojana in 2022, and I have been availing insurance since then. So, it has been very relief for me because whatever the hard work I have put, it has been going down the drain because of the crop loss. So, the claim has been very good. I mean, it's simple, it's effective, and I would like to thank the government and the officials who have been very working hard to implement this and effectively implementing and being very transparent about the process. So, yes, I would like to tell all the farmers to avail these insurance and protect their crop. And one more thing is, since I am from the Kerala and Karnataka border, so where we speak mostly Kannada and Tulu. So the representative, Kannada speaking representative from the AIC has helped us to understand the process and implement the insurance. So I would like to thank AIC also.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Then we have Mr. John. John sir is from Pathanamthitta and he's a rubber cultivator. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon all. My name is John from Pathanamthitta district. Pathanamthitta is mainly for rubber plantation. This insurance scheme, just last year only we heard about the Kalavastha, the weather insurance. I insured Rabi 2 in December 2024. I'm having 1 hectare. I paid 5,000 premium. But this Kalavastha adida insurance claim varunathu reference weather station kudiyana. In our area, in 7 panchayat, only 1 weather station is there. With that, we cannot അത് കവർ ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കാത്ത ഒരു അവസ്ഥയാണ്. ബിക്കോസ് one panchayat to another panchayat, about 30 kilometer difference are there. That's why we suggested to increase because all the panchayat, the weather station is required. That is one point we are suggesting. Then mainly for this rubber cultivation, the heavy rain and due to heavy rain and due to heavy drought, we cannot get the yield from the rubber. അത് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് 3 to 4 months ഇത് മഴയുണ്ട്, നമുക്ക് റബ്ബർ വെട്ടാതെ സാധിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് കാരണം നമുക്ക് റബ്ബർ ഈൽഡ് തന്നെ ലഭിക്കുന്നില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഈ ഇൻഷുറൻസ് തന്നെ നമ്മൾക്ക് അധികം നീട്ടിപ്പോകാതെ തന്നെ വർഷത്തിൽ ഒരു പ്രാവശ്യമല്ലാതെ ഇത് 2-3 പ്രാവശ്യമായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇൻഷുറൻസിൻ്റെ ക്ലെയിം കിട്ടുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് എത്രയും നല്ലതായിരിക്കും. അത് ആൾക്കാർ കൂടുതൽ ഇൻഷുറൻസ് മേഖലയിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വരാൻ സാധിക്കും എന്നുള്ളതായ ഒരു സജഷനും ആണ് എനിക്ക് പറയുവാൻ ഉള്ളത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നഷ്ടപരിഹാരങ്ങൾ എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ അത് ലഭിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ആൾക്കാരെ കൂടുതൽ നമുക്ക് ഇൻഷുറൻസ് മേഖലയിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ സാധിക്കും എന്നുള്ള ഒരു സജഷനും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വയ്ക്കുവാനുണ്ട്.
താങ്ക് യു സർ. So what sir is telling is, one thing is about automatic weather station density. He wants to increase the automatic weather station density. And secondly, sir says that the risk period for rubber is 1 year. So he says when there is excess rainfall, the rubber plants cannot be tapped. So there will be a loss of tapping days. So he's telling that in the normal course, he have to wait for 1 year to get the claims. Instead, it would be helpful if the claims are settled in partial payments. So in his case, it's loss of tapping days. So if the claims are settled as partial payments, it would be easy for him. So that is what he's requesting. Thank you, sir. Then we have Madam Sushila Vinith. Madam is a cardamom grower from Idiki district.
ഏവർക്കും സാദര നമസ്കാരം. എൻ്റെ പേര് സുശീല വിനീത്. ഞാൻ ഇടുക്കി ജില്ലയിൽ നിന്നും വരുന്നതാണ്. അവിടെയുള്ള പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കൃഷി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഏലം കൃഷിയാണ്. ഞാനും ഒരു ഏലം കൃഷിക്കാരിയാണ്. ഏലം കൃഷി കൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ കുട്ടികളെ വളർത്തുന്നതും ഞങ്ങളുടെ ജീവിതമാർഗം മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നതും. ഏലം കൃഷിയെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം എല്ലാവരും പറയുന്നത് ഏലം കൃഷിക്കാരെല്ലാം വലിയ റിച്ചാണ്, നല്ല സാമ്പത്തികമുള്ളായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ ഏലം കൃഷി ചെയ്ത് അത് ഉൽപ്പാദനം വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും ആനുപാതികമായിട്ട് വളരെ ശോചനീയമായ ഒരവസ്ഥയാണ്, വളരെ ദയനീയമായ ഒരവസ്ഥയാണ് നമുക്ക് ഏലം കൃഷിക്കാർക്ക് ഉള്ളത്. ബാങ്കിൽ നിന്ന് ലോൺ എടുത്ത് കൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു വ്യക്തിയാണ് ഞാൻ. പക്ഷെ ബാങ്കുകാരുടെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്നും നമുക്കിങ്ങനൊരു ഇൻഷുറൻസ് ഉള്ളത് എന്ന് നമുക്ക് അറിയത്തില്ല. ഇതുവരെ എനിക്കൊരു നിർദ്ദേശവും ബാങ്കുകാരുടെ ഭാഗത്തുനിന്ന് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ബാങ്കുകാരുടെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്ന് കുറച്ച് ഈ ലോൺ എടുക്കുന്ന കൃഷിക്കാർക്ക് ഒരു നിർദ്ദേശം വയ്ക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഈ ഫസൽ ബീമ യോജന എല്ലാ കൃഷിക്കാരിലേക്കും എത്തും. മിക്കവാറും ഏലം കൃഷിക്കാരെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം അവരെല്ലാവരും ലോൺ എടുത്ത് കൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്നവരാണ്.
മാഡം ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് മാം, ഞാനിത് പറഞ്ഞോട്ടെ. So madam says that she is cultivating cardamom, and people think that cardamom growers are very rich, but it is not so. So she has the income only from the cardamom cultivation, whatever she is doing, and she belongs from a humble family. She says that she is availing loan continuously for cardamom, but still she has not received a message about insurance from the bankers. Yes ma'am.
അതേപോലെ തന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൃഷിക്കാർക്ക് ഫസൽ ബീമ യോജനയിൽ നിന്ന്, ഞാൻ കുറേ നാളായി ഏലം കൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്, ഇൻഷുർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. ഫസൽ ബീമ യോജനയിൽ നിന്ന് നമുക്ക് ഇൻഷുറൻസ് പോളിസി എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് ഇവർ തന്നു. സൂപ്പർവൈസർമാർ, ഫീൽഡ് സൂപ്പർവൈസർമാർ എനിക്ക് ഇത് ഇൻഷുറൻസ് പോളിസി വീട്ടിൽ കൊണ്ടു തന്നു. എനിക്കതിൽ വളരെ അഭിമാനമുണ്ട് പോളിസി കൈ കിട്ടിയതിൽ.
പിന്നെ Madam is appreciating team PMFBY and AIC. She says that the field supervisors went to her home and they delivered the policy. She's mentioning the MPMS activity. Yes ma'am. Hurry.
പിന്നെ ഫസൽ ബീമ യോജനയിൽ ഞാൻ ഇൻഷുർ ചെയ്തതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് ക്ലെയിം കിട്ടി. ആ ക്ലെയിം കൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു പോയ എൻ്റെ ഏലച്ചെടിയൊക്കെ വീണ്ടും റീപ്ലാന്റേഷൻ ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിച്ചു. അതിലും എനിക്ക് വളരെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്.
Madam is saying she got claims under WBCS, and because of that she was able to replant her cardamom plants which she lost. എത്ര ക്ലെയിം തുക കിട്ടിയെന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? എത്ര ക്ലെയിം തുക കിട്ടിയെന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ?
തുക എനിക്ക് 3 പ്രാവശ്യമായിട്ടാണ് തുക കിട്ടിയത്. ILA ആയിട്ട് 3000 രൂപ കിട്ടി. അന്ന് 50 ചെടി നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു പോയിരുന്നു. പ്ലാന്റ് നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു വരുന്നത് 3000 രൂപയാണ് എനിക്ക് കിട്ടിയത്. രണ്ടാമത് 3400 രൂപ കിട്ടി. പിന്നെ ഒരു 4000 രൂപയും കിട്ടി. ഇത് 2 സ്കീമായിട്ടാണ് എനിക്ക് 2-3 പ്രാവശ്യമായിട്ടാണ് കിട്ടിയത്. ഈ പൈസ ഏത് സ്കീമിൽപ്പെടുത്തിയാണ് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിയതെന്ന് അറിയത്തില്ല. ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഏതാണെന്ന് നമുക്കൊന്ന് പബ്ലിക്കായിട്ട് കിട്ടിയിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കൊന്ന് അറിയാൻ സാധിച്ചിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ വളരെ നന്നായിരുന്നു.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. What madam is saying is she received claim both under localized calamity and end of the season. She received claims in 3 splits, 3,000 once, 3,400 once, and 4,000 rupees once. She says that it would be better if we are able to communicate her under what provision she received claims, whether it is a localized calamity or end of the season. Thank you, ma'am. Then we have an enterprising couple from Palakkad, Sir Mr. Jayaprakash and Madam Subhashini. So they are a progressive farmer who in fact educates the other farmers of the vicinity to enroll in the scheme. So first I request Jayaprakash sir to speak a few words.
നമസ്കാരം, എൻ്റെ പേര് ജയപ്രകാശ് എന്നാണ്. പാലക്കാട് ജില്ലയിലെ പല്ലശ്ശന എന്നൊരു ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്നു. ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ 40 വർഷത്തിലധികമായി കൃഷി മാത്രം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ജീവിക്കുന്ന ഒരു വ്യക്തിയാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഏകദേശം ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ സീസണിൽ 75 ഏക്കറോളം നെൽകൃഷി ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിനു പുറമെ നെല്ല്, തെങ്ങ്, വാഴ, പച്ചക്കറി, മാവ് ഉൾപ്പെടെ ഏകദേശം ഒരു 100 ഏക്കറോളം കൃഷി ചെയ്തു വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിൽ എനിക്ക് നേരത്തെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന 10 ഏക്കർ കൃഷിയായിരുന്നു ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു സ്വന്തമായിട്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു 30 ഏക്കർ, ടോട്ടൽ 30 ഏക്കർ കൃഷി കൂടെ 20 ഏക്കറും കൂടെ മേടിച്ച് 30 ഏക്കർ കൃഷി ചെയ്തു വരുന്നുണ്ട്.
Sir, ഒരു മിനിറ്റ്. He says that he is into farming for almost 45 years and presently he is cultivating paddy in 75 acres. Apart from paddy, he is also having mango, coconut, jack and other crops. So he started off his own land cultivation from 10 acres and today he is having 30 acres of own land. Yes, sir.
40 വർഷത്തെ കൃഷി എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് വെച്ചിട്ട് 100ഓളം ഏക്കറിൽ കൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ പശു വളർത്തുന്നുണ്ട്, പന്നി വളർത്തുന്നുണ്ട്, മീനും. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്കിതിൽ പറയാനുള്ളത് ഒരു കംപ്ലീറ്റ് പാക്കേജ് ഓഫ് ഇൻഷുറൻസ് വരികയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഒരു കർഷകന് വളരെ ഉപകാരപ്രദമായിരിക്കും.
ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് സർ. So he says that sir is raising cattle, pigs and aquaculture. So he says that it would be better if the company can offer a package policy.
അതിൽ 30 ഏക്കർ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഉള്ള 45 ഏക്കർ നെൽകൃഷിയും മറ്റുള്ള കൃഷിയും ലീസിനെടുത്താണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ വരുന്ന കാര്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഓരോ പഞ്ചായത്ത് മാറുന്നുണ്ട്, ബ്ലോക്ക് മാറുന്നുണ്ട്. മിനിമം ഒരു 4 to 5 പഞ്ചായത്തിലായിട്ട് ഞാൻ കൃഷി ചെയ്ത് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. വേറൊരു കാര്യം പറയാനുള്ളത്, നാട്ടിലെ കർഷകനാണ് ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് അന്നം ഊട്ടുന്നത് എന്ന് പറയുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ആധികാരികമായിട്ടും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വേദിയിലൊക്കെ പറയുന്നത് വളരെ ലാഘവത്തോടെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതൊക്കെ പറയുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിലും യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ കർഷകൻ്റെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അവനൊരു പെണ്ണ് അന്വേഷിച്ച് പോകുമ്പോഴോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ബാങ്കിൽ ഒരു ലോൺ എടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി പോകുമ്പോഴോ കൃഷിക്കാരൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ബലൂണിൽ കാറ്റയച്ചു വിട്ട പോലുള്ളൊരു അവസ്ഥയാണ് ഉണ്ടായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്.
ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് സർ. Sir says that he is cultivating 30 acres of own land and all the rest, remaining 45 acres, he is cultivating in leased land cultivation. He says that though we proudly say that farmers are annadadas, the actual social status of a farmer will be known once when he is trying to find a bride and once when he goes to a bank to avail loan.
എനിക്ക് കൃഷിയോടുള്ള പാഷൻ കൊണ്ട് മാത്രമാണ് ഞാൻ ഇതിൽ പിടിച്ചു നിൽക്കുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കൃഷിക്കാരന് സമൂഹത്തിൽ ഒരു വിലയുണ്ടാവണം, വിലയുണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു മാതൃകയാവണം എന്നുള്ളത് എനിക്കൊരിതുണ്ട്. എന്താ പറയുക, ഇന്ന് ഞാനൊരു വീട് വെച്ചിട്ടില്ല, ഇനി 2030 വീട് വെക്കണം എന്നാണ് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്.
So sir says that I am surviving because of agriculture. I want to be a model farmer. Till date I don't have an own house for me. So my ambition is to construct an own house by 2030.
ഞാൻ 2016 മുതൽ ഇൻഷുറൻസ് കണ്ടിന്യൂ ആയി ചെയ്തു വരുന്നതാണ്. അതിന് മുന്നേ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആനുകൂല്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം വളരെ കുറവായിരുന്നു കിട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. 2016 മുതൽ 2023 ഖാരിഫ് വിളൻ്റെ ഇത് ഇൻഷുറൻസ് വരെ എനിക്ക് കൃത്യമായി ഞാൻ അടയ്ക്കാറുണ്ട്. എനിക്ക് അതിൽ കൃത്യമായ പേയ്മെൻറ്റ് കിട്ടിയിട്ടുമുണ്ട്.
He is doing insurance since 2016 till recently and he is regularly getting the claims.
എനിക്ക് 2020 എൻ്റെ അമ്മ ഹോസ്പിറ്റലൈസ്, ഹാർട്ടിനൊരു സർജറി വേണ്ടി വന്ന് ഹോസ്പിറ്റലൈസ് ആയി കിടക്കുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ കയ്യിലുള്ള പൈസ മുഴുവൻ ചിലവാക്കി കഴിയും. ഞാൻ പൈസയ്ക്ക് സാമ്പത്തികമായി വളരെയധികം ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് നിൽക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഇൻഷുറൻസിൻ്റെ ക്ലെയിം വരികയും അത് എനിക്ക് വളരെയധികം യൂസ്ഫുൾ ആവുകയും ചെയ്തൊരു ഘട്ടം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുണ്ട്.
Yes, sir. So, sir says that during 2020, when his mom was hospitalized and when he was facing a financial struggle, the claim from crop insurance was really helpful for him. Crop insurance ne kurichu endha sir parayunne? Vila insurance ne kurichu endha?
വിള ഇൻഷുറൻസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കർഷകന് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഒരു നേട്ടമുള്ള ഒരു സംഗതിയാണ്. കൃത്യമായിട്ട് പേയ്മെൻറ്റ് ഇതാവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ എന്തെങ്കിലും കാരണവശാൽ ഒരു വർഷത്തിന് വൈകി പോകുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഒരു പാർട്ട് പേയ്മെൻറ്റ് അതിനകത്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയാൽ വളരെ നന്നായിരിക്കുമെന്നാണ് അതിനകത്ത് പറയാനുള്ളത്.
Okay, sir. So, sir says that crop insurance is really a boon to the farmer, and he says that if at all due to some reason the claim payment is getting delayed, it would be helpful if a part payment is done as an ad hoc provision.
ഒരു കൃഷിക്കാരന് സമൂഹത്തിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇത് മാത്രം അല്ല, അവന് എവിടെ എത്തിപ്പെടാൻ പറ്റുന്നുള്ളൊരു ഇതും കൂടിയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാനിന്ന് കൃഷി മാത്രം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്കിന്ന് ഈ വേദിയിൽ വന്ന് സംസാരിക്കാൻ പറ്റിയത്. അതിൽ ഞാൻ വളരെയധികം ഈ കമ്പനിയോടും ഇതിനോടും വളരെയധികം താങ്ക്സ് പറയുന്നു.
Nani, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir says that a farmer can, even by doing farming, a person can be very can live pride in the society. So he thanks government and the insurance company. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Now I call upon Madam Subhashini, who is also from Palakkad. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all. I am Subhashini from Palakkad district. I came to farming by 2012 after marriage. Before that, I was working at a private college at Coimbatore. So after marriage, I joined with him. I am taking this opportunity to thank the Fasal Bima Yojana scheme for providing farmers. It's really a big and great support for all of us. So, and also, I want to mention some difficulties we are facing in this scheme. The first thing is about weather station. So, we are doing paddy farming under 4 panchayat and 2 blocks, which exist under same geographical area, same crop, but the claim we are getting is different is less than up to 50%, because the weather station covers, the weather station exists between 5 kilometers. So I request our ASC company to provide more weather stations, so it covers exactly what is happening there, in the geographical and climatical changes there. So it will be more helpful to our farmers. Then the second thing is in Palakkad, the Kharif season comes from 1st July to 31st October. So during this, the coverages comes for high temperature, excess rainfall, then dry spell, and deficient rainfall. But the coverages comes like similar. So I request the government to give an option for the farmers to choose the specific coverage. So it will be helpful for the farmers to reduce the premium amount also. Then also, we get the premium amount of Kharif season 2023 by March 18th, just by credited Fasal Bima Yojana to this particular account. But for which crop we are getting, for which season we are getting that amount is not mentioning by that statement. When we are taking bank statement, we are not able to know about that particular crop, season, or survey number and the area, because we are doing paddy farming, mango, banana, and vegetable also. So particularly mention cheydal, it will be more helpful for us. And also I request our Fasal Bima Yojana scheme for providing us to know about the claim details exactly, day-wise or live claim out details. We want to know. So thank you everyone. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Sir, in a nutshell, what madam is telling is, one thing is about the AWS, the automatic weather station density should be increased. Secondly, Madam is telling that option to choose from multiple covers. Under WBCS, we have multiple covers. So the farmer should be given a choice to choose which cover he's preferring. Thirdly, Madam says when the claim receipt message is being sent by PMFBY team, it mentions only about the claim amount. So she wants more details about the crop, season, survey number and the corresponding amount. Then third, finally she says that there should be an option to know the payouts in live. So that's what is from Madam. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the organizing team for giving us this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's encourage them with a lovely warm round of applause. Also a little way of saying thank you for actually being here and taking out the time. I'd like to request Dr. Bhutani as well as our CEO, Muktanand Agarwalji, to please come up and hand over a little thank you, a little token of appreciation to each and every one of our voices from the field, as we call them. Come on, let's encourage them with a nice loud round of applause. And thank you all so much for taking out the time. Thank you so much, our moderators, Mr. Anil Kumar and Mrs. Prasida as well, for really bringing out these voices nice and strong, which I think was needed in this conference. This is a very special token. There is a solar lamp and a lot of little things that one has really thought of and put in that token that you can really benefit from. All our farmers will really enjoy using that beautiful solar lamp and all the lovely things in that gift. And more power to all of you. Keep doing great work. Keep making, just as PMFBY does, the entire Indian agricultural industry super resilient and strong. And to all our farmers, we have lunch organized upstairs. Please do not leave without eating. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Bhutani, as well. And now for the concluding remarks, over to Mr. Muktangan. There is lunch upstairs. I request our farmers not to leave without a nice scrumptious spread. Shri Muktananji, over to you for some important concluding remarks as we come to the end of our 12th National Review Conference of the PMFBY. Shri Muktanganji, over to you.
Kamna ji, can we request those who have gone outside to, because it's a valedictory session, if they can just come. So, very good afternoon, everyone. As we conclude the 12th National Review Conference of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, I'd just like to take a moment to reflect on the past 1.5 days. And I think we all will agree that these, not even 2 days, but 1.5 days have been very engaging, very thought-provoking and entertaining at the same time, in a very positive sense for us. So it's now time for me to express my gratitude and thanks to our senior officers. I'll start with Devesh Chaturvedi sir, Secretary Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Sir yesterday articulated a very forward-looking vision, very encompassing address he gave. He incorporated all the critical issues, major points, which will be our way forward. And he emphasized on transitioning from traditional crop insurance to a more comprehensive, holistic agricultural insurance framework, reflecting a deep commitment to strengthening risk mitigation for farmers across the agricultural value chain. I urge the insurance companies and the state governments to please, I hope you have taken note of what sir has said yesterday, and we would like to implement those things in letter and spirit in the months to come. Secondly, I would like to extend also my heartfelt thanks to Shri Deepak Sood, member non-life IRDI, who shared his insights in the inaugural session. And we got a regulator's perspective in this NRC, and his insights on key challenges like delays in subsidy dispersal, need for faster claim settlements, and the importance of adopting a disciplined and focused approach. They offer valuable guidance for us. Plus, we should also think of, this is for my team and for all, how can we leverage the platforms and the mechanisms like Bima Vahak, Bima Sugam, and there was one more in the coming days, so that we don't reinvent the wheel in Sarthi, and we should try to leverage on the efforts and the platforms being developed by the IRDAI. So my thanks to Mr. Sood also. Then I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Ashish Bhutani sir, Secretary Ministry of Cooperation, who is and will always be the father of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, crop insurance for us, and always he will be he will be sharing his guidance, and we will always look up to him for guidance, for suggestions, for everything, for hand-holding. And sir specifically shared very valuable insights on how we can leverage on the cooperative structure to enhance our coverage, and I think to better administer this scheme. His emphasis on utilizing the grassroots level cooperative societies such as PACs and dairy societies, other societies also, they present a very practical and inclusive pathway for us to strengthen the outreach and effectiveness of the scheme. Sir, I thank you also, and we all thank you from the bottom of our hearts. I also thank Shri Ritesh Chauhan sir, Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry, Government of Himachal Pradesh, who shared his visionary outlook on addressing the significant protection gap in livestock insurance and suggested a robust safety net for the animal husbandry sector. It is very important for us that our Annadatas are equipped with a comprehensive safety net that includes livestock, fisheries, and other components of the allied sectors. So my sincere thanks to Ritesh sir also. I'd like to also thank our AS and FA, Sanjeev Narayan Mathur sir, who came all the way from Delhi to attend this conference, and I hope we will get his cooperation and guidance in the days to come. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants representing various stakeholders, including senior officials from the ministries and departments of Government of India, like finance, animal husbandry, cooperation, the state governments, insurance and reinsurance companies, banks, national organizations, international organizations, for sharing their valuable inputs, insightful ideas, and engaging discussions. I am particularly thankful to the senior officials from the states like Assam, Jharkhand, Rajasthan, and many other states. Thanks for coming, and you actually created a value for us, and we benefited from your suggestions, from your participation. And I also hope that the insights that you have gathered from this National Review Conference will help you in implementation of the scheme when you are back in your states. I also thank insurance companies for their thought-provoking suggestions, meaningful discussions, and participating actively in this NRC. It is inspiring to witness states, insurance companies, reinsurers embracing a forward-looking vision for 2047, united by a shared commitment for successful implementation of crop insurance as a robust protective shield for millions of farmers across the nation. Throughout the conference, for the past 1.5 days, we delved into the intricacies of agricultural insurance, financing, and recognizing their crucial roles in securing livelihoods for our farmers, enhancing the reliance, the resilience, and empowering farming communities. We examined various models, strategies, best practices, acknowledging the need for tailored approaches to address the unique contexts and vulnerabilities of different regions across our country. I hope this NRC, like the previous NRCs, will play a pivotal role in taking forward the agenda and discussing the challenges, addressing them, the challenges which we faced while implementing the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, and what improvements can we make in the scheme so that it is better equipped in the changing times. Embracing technological innovations will play a key role in enhancing the efficiency, transparency, and outreach of this program. That's what we all agree upon. Furthermore, it is crucial to prioritize capacity building and knowledge sharing at all levels. Empowering communities through increased awareness and targeted skill development initiatives will ensure that farmers are fully equipped to leverage these advancements. This edition of the NRC has also witnessed the highest ever participation to date. This is my first NRC, but that's what I am told, and which is very encouraging for me and for the entire team and for the ministry also. States like Sikkim and Mizoram participated for the first time. I warmly welcome this encouraging step and look forward to similar enthusiasm from other states of Northeast, which are very important for us, and we would like to involve them in discussions and also how we can better and effectively implement the scheme in the Northeastern region. I am glad that we were able to recognize and honor the top performing CSC VLEs, insurance companies, districts, both in overall and innovation categories, and states through awards. This recognition not only celebrates their achievements, but also fosters a spirit of healthy competition among all stakeholders. I hope this momentum continues and encouraging others to perform even better in future. I would especially appreciate the presence of 5 district collectors. Yes, you can have a round of applause, please. Especially the district collectors from various states, 5 district collectors. It was, a very good experience by having them here. They were among us, received their awards, and their participation actually adds immense value because they are the ones who implement the scheme, who supervise and monitor the scheme in the field. And I just hope that we have awarded some of the district collectors. They will carry forward this spirit of excellence and competition back to their states and inspire other counterparts in their states, other district collectors, so that more and more collectors and officers are inspired to implement this scheme more effectively, and we would also welcome more innovations. young minds, bright minds, if they can help us implementing this scheme in a better way, that will be our strength. Achieving full saturation of KCC holders and PM-KISAN beneficiary farmers under the PMFBY is imperative for ensuring comprehensive risk coverage for our farmers. This integration will not only enhance the financial resilience of farming communities, but also strengthen the overall effectiveness of our agricultural safety nets. I hope that the banking sector and state governments will work in close coordination, adopting proactive and innovative approaches to accelerate enrollment and outreach. And in the morning, we had a very useful session, very insightful session. Almost all the stakeholders were there. And this will be one of the key areas where the ministry would also like to intervene and do something meaningful, how we can enhance the coverage by leveraging the data of KCC and PM-KISAN. I urge all of you, especially the banks and the insurance companies and states, to come forward and assist us, cooperate with us in this initiative. It is essential for the states to strengthen their state-level structures in alignment with the central PMU framework, ensuring the spirited and efficient implementation of the scheme within their jurisdictions. I urge the insurance industry to actively facilitate farmers through various ground-level activations, providing them with access to insurance by leveraging their grassroots-level support networks. We would also like to strengthen the state governments and their implementation for a better implementation of the scheme. We are already thinking of providing them with some support, and in the coming EFC, when the scheme is again extended further or renewed for a tenure of 5 years, we would make all efforts to strengthen states by providing them more resources and manpower so that they can better implement the scheme in the years to come. I'm also optimistic about the inclusion of states like Bihar and Telangana into the PMFBY family in near future. Especially I'm glad that their secretaries from both the states of Telangana and Bihar have actively participated, and we hope that these states will very soon join the PMFBY from this year only and benefit their farmers. I'm also glad that we heard the voices of our farmers and acknowledged their struggles. They are backbone of our nation, and it was very heartening to see them all sharing their experiences here. I would also urge stakeholders to please work more closely with farmers, because I think they can provide us the most valuable insights and the feedback on how our scheme is being implemented and how we can make it better. We should always try to uplift the lives of millions of farmers and bring prosperity to their lives. While the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana has made significant strides in safeguarding farmers against the uncertainties of nature over the past 9 years, I believe, and I think we all believe, that there is still much more to be done. We are continuously popularizing our slogan, Fasal Bima Karao, Suraksha Kavach Pao, a simple yet impactful call to action designed for our farmers. This message aims to motivate farmers to embrace the protective shield of PMFBY. I sincerely hope that you all will help us convey this message to the farmers when you go back to your states, to your organizations, amplifying its recall value through various channels and ensuring the continued trust of farmers in the scheme in the years to come. In the closing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers, the entire ICICI Lombard team, especially Mr. Shubham Patial. There are some more names. The team from my ministry, Kamna ji, Ajay, Chandrajit. I can't take all the names, but yes, you did a great job, great job. Hats off to you. And I think this 12th National Review Conference of PMFBY was organized with grandeur, precision, and this was very meaningful initiative from which was, I think, instituted by Bhutani sir and taken forward by Ritesh sir. Would just like to, hopefully we will also be able to continue the tradition, and these insightful deliberations, knowledge sharing that took place here will undoubtedly help shape the future trajectory of the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana and agriculture insurance in India. And informally also, the feedback which I got from, like my own feedback, if I speak my heart, from the officers, my colleagues who attended the NRC for the first time, from Government of India, from these states, this has been a great show and very warmly organized. We enjoyed each and every minute spent here. It was entertaining, it was thought-provoking, and very purposeful. So thank you so much, and let us continue to support and actively participate in such platforms. They provide immense value in strengthening the implementation and impact of our initiatives. I conclude my remarks with just a simple message. In the spirit of unity ignited at this National Review Conference, as we proudly chant and chanted yesterday, "Main bhi Krishi Rakshak," let us carry this torch of solidarity and awareness back to our fields and farming communities. May this flame of commitment and collaboration continue to shine even brighter, lighting the path towards a resilient and secure agricultural future. Thank you so much. See you in the 13th NRC. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Muktanand ji.